Okay, let's see if we go live now.
Okay.
Let's just see. Oh, and apparently last week I pasted the wrong link to... Not Twitter, Blue Sky. Which is fine,
no.
because nobody is on Blue Sky, so...
I'm on Blue Sky.
Oh no, somebody noticed that the link is broken. Great.
What link is broken?
The link to the last week's stream was broken.
Oh. Darn.
Everybody loves the pirates in Sea of Stars, right? Like, we're all on board with those?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, of course.
I haven't gotten that far yet.
It's the first hour of the game you meet the pirates. Maybe not the first hour.
No,
I haven't touched Sea of Stars yet.
It's like on my very short list right now. But it's between that, Elden Ring, and Baldur's Gate 3, so...
I'm
Currently in, I just jumped into the mole mine and met Hans Mole Man.
Sure. Yeah, he's in there. Yeah, I think I'm going to be buying this game again when it comes out on PS5 so I can get a physical copy of it. It's... Unless the end of the game, I haven't finished the episode, unless the end is, like, really disappointing, but I don't see that happening.
Yeah, I've been very happy with it so far.
I think my favorite thing is, like, when they're like, yes, this is very important information that you need to get back home, and then Garl's like, oh, wow, cool, and then, like, what does this button do? And you just get yeeted.
Yeah,
Garl's the best.
everybody falls in love with Garl. That's the first thing everybody notices about the game is how awesome Garl is. Everybody's Team Garl.
He's just so wholesome.
Garl is the best kind of Mary Sue.
The main characters in the game spend the whole first hour just talking about how great Garl is.
And doing push-ups.
And doing push-ups.
They do that.
I'm trying to imagine a version of like Final Fantasy IV where the second half of the game is all everybody like, man, Paladin and Porum were so cool. It's really sad what happened to them. I wish they were here now. You remember Paladin and Porum?
I enjoyed Yolanda's text when she first gets introduced.
Oh God, yeah. So her character's name is Yolanda Fortwall, and she speaks in JRPG cliches. She talks about a monster she fought. She's like, "Oh yeah, we all used our elixirs all at once just to get through that one fight."
What are you gonna do? Go linearly from town to town, buying upgrades one by one?
Hell yeah. That's how you do it.
It's like, and then you find that
That's how
one.
you do it in this goddamn household.
You find that one blacksmith hidden out in the woods that sells a sword for 22,000 gold.
And he's in a shack.
He's in a.
You go far.
He's in a.
You go farm for 20 hours just to get that 22,000 gold.
Yeah, that's. I've been enjoying it a lot. I didn't notice because it hasn't been a meme for like 20 years, but somebody out there still remembers that there is a correlation and a war going on between pirates and ninjas, and I think they played with that in Sea of Stars.
Oh, that's good. I love it.
So yeah,
That's something I haven't thought about for a while.
right?
I think
Yeah,
the thing,
it's just,
the thing I've appreciated the
Pirates
most,
and ninjas never forgot.
the thing I've appreciated the most is you're running across. It's after you go to the first area. You're going down that mountain before you meet the lady at the statue. There's one of those little goblin dudes. He's standing there staring at the horizon, going, "Mountains are nice."
Did you talk to him enough to get a sandwich?
No.
Yeah,
Oh.
dude, the reference goes all the way. Or
You
did
go back
This
there.
is the life.
Or
Mountains are nice.
did you
Man,
not-
your nose
And your
is here.
nose is-
Yeah.
Have a sandwich.
Did you not know in Chrono Trigger if you talk to that guy over and over, he's like a magic tab or something?
Magic tab, yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
knew that.
Yeah,
but I
no.
didn't-
Yeah, he gives you a sandwich. He goes through all. They go all the way with that reference. It made me so
Does the
happy.
sandwich increase your magic?
No, it's just a sandwich.
0 out of 10. Worst game.
Damn it, worst reference ever. Didn't stick the landing. But it is the best way to get a sandwich.
Free.
You just gotta go back there, Treble. That's all.
Good. I'm not that far away. Well, no, I'm stuck in that dungeon now. I gotta solve the mole problem.
I kind of like how the game gives you a bunch of themed dungeons in a row. Like, there's a bunch of dungeons that fall into, like, the Haunted Mansion classification right in a row. Like, that whole section of the game is the spooky place. And you do all the dungeons there, then you move on. This isn't the map that I need for this game. So who has a 100-word summary of all the trouble you got into last week?
We collapsed an island.
We did completely collapse an island. Yes.
Why would you do that?
We
We
were
had
ordered to.
adopted a water child.
Yeah.
Kidnapped. We kidnapped a water child.
Column A, column B.
No, we saved a water child.
Rescued. Yeah.
We saved a water child out of our own stupidity.
We endangered and then rescued.
Not stupidity, more like ignorance, probably.
We were just following orders.
There, I'll move your box down there. Helpfully,
after that,
I've already made this pirate playlist, so I don't need
We have
a
to-
town playlist for Kovnos.
So we found a we found out that the drum that the deceit had already found had the personality of a rock, quite literally.
Yeah, so go ahead and let's take down evening actions. You guys have been giving shore leave, and you had your slave bonds stricken off, put your names into the book, and this is your first visit. We've established this is your first visit to the Kovnos. Nobody else has been here before, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
So yeah, evening actions. Let's just go around the table here. What is Nerium doing this evening in the Kovnos?
Well, her plans are to go have a light dinner and then go hat shopping, because you have to have a suitably piratey hat so that people know what you're about. It's branding.
Ah, you did watch the CGP Grey videos.
And that's why she brought Sahn with her, because he doesn't wear clothes, so he needs a hat.
Oh, is Nerium dragging Sahn along with her to buy a hat?
Yes.
Okay.
Ssah'ra's also gonna buy a hat.
We'll bring Ssah'ra with us. She can come. She can come too. We'll make it a double date.
And then, what about Nazirr?
Nazirr is going to the opium den with Noose. Slips the noose. Our Tabashi chaperone.
What about old Benny?
He's also going to go to the opium den, but he's going to pick up a bandana along the way because we've already covered this.
Okay.
Headwear is
here.
apparently crucial for pirates.
Yeah, Nerium's like, listen, we're pirates now. You have to have suitable headgear. None of us have the right look. Hats are a good place to start.
Nazirr came starting with it because, he's wearing a bandana to cover up the horrible scar that's going around his head.
So at this time, if you'd like, anything available for purchase in the PHB is available for purchase at the Kovnos at cost in the book. I think technically prices should be inflated by, 20% or so, because it's like a pirate village and you're like way off the trade routes and things, but I don't feel like complicating matters that much. And I gave all of you some gold. You all have some gold to spend. So if you'd like to purchase anything, let's go ahead and take care of that first.
We are a couple of days inland from that's kind of how the geography of this place works.
With the exception of hats, because it sounds like I'm going to have to do a bespoke encounter with a haberdasher in the Kovnos.
Yeah.
It's one of those situations where I have partially developed, maybe 20 NPCs for this location, and none of them are a haberdasher. So now one of them is going to have to become a haberdasher.
Well, we could always just, introduce Todd Chubb, Caitlin Chubb's long-lost brother.
That's like totally different setting. What are you even doing?
actually do have an NPC request, I guess. A tattoo artist.
What are you doing? What do you need a tattoo artist for? Are you going to show us the tattoo?
No, so if we were gonna do reputations, I thought an idea would be, instead of having a reputation, like just something that is said about him, Benny would wear his as a series of tattoos.
So you want to get to the end of this campaign and have 15 tattoos all over your body?
Yeah, basically.
All right. Go ahead and place your token on the board here where we're going. So the opium den is D8s. And D10 is the place called the Hammer and Sail, which is a carpentry and repairs shop. This is the place that you've told you might be able to commission a fancy hat.
Okay.
Bear with me just one moment. Sorry, I've got to go to fantasynamegenerators.com. A website you would think I had bookmarked, but every time I mention using a bookmark in Discord, people are like, okay, boomer.
Huh?
Really?
Yeah.
I've never heard that.
I don't get it.
Apparently the kids these days don't use bookmarks anymore.
They just keep all their
Right.
tabs open all the time.
Oh,
No.
you know what, fantasy name generators? How about you eat my butt? How about that?
What?
Is it Chubb? Did you get Chubb?
They gave me Amalrakus Chubb.
Yes!
No, we're not using it.
Aww.
Oh boy. Oh. I'm being emotionally abused by the internet.
I told you Chubb, but like, you guys didn't believe me that Chubb was on there.
It's in the stars.
No, I know it's on there because that's where I got Caitlin Chubb from. So, you guys go asking around, hey, we're in town, can we get the fanciest hat? And you know what? Kind of an embarrassing new pirate move, right? Like the recording artist who gets his first major deal and he runs off and spends the whole check on a giant car with spinning rims. That's kind of what you guys are doing. Because no self-respecting pirate who's been in the business for a while would wear the kind of hat you guys are asking about. But at the Hammer and Sail, a carpentry and repair shop, the proprietor is an orc named Tuelis. Tuelis shares a partial backstory with Nazirr, who is not in this scene, because he worked as a Black Arrow shipwright until the Black Arrow had designs on the Kovnos and the fleet was destroyed by the Triton who now sits on the council. After that fiasco, in order to escape being put to death by the Black Arrow, Tuelis defected and is now hiding out in the Kovnos, using his skills for the benefit of the pirates who come through. Living with him, for some reason, is Biffo Conk. Biffo is a haberdasher. He's a Southling, and he's reputed to be a murderer, wanted across various Southling cities and towns. Had to escape north in a barrel on a ship, wound up here, but he's the man to see. A bit of a fashionista. He's the man to talk to if you want to get a brilliant hat.
Is it a hat that could kill?
That's something you're going to have to ask him.
His name's Biffo.
Biffo.
Yes,
Is it
that's so
Biffo?
much better. That's
Biffo
so much
Sahn.
better than the other name.
He is not related to Chubb whatsoever. If I just
Are you part of the? Are you related to the?
Dunfoss Chubs?
The
Dunfoss
Dunfoss
Chubs.
Chubs?
I generated 5 more lists and I got Grub.
These are both from Tolkien. I don't know what to tell you, man.
You know what? You're right.
Those
Yeah.
are both at Bilbo's birthday party.
Oh. Sorry, I have to think, train of thought now. I'm thinking about. We are looking for some fancy hats, specifically for my very tall friend here. As you can see, he does not wear clothes, so he needs a suitably statement-inducing hat.
I wasn't planning on wearing a hat.
Listen,
You're a
Sahn,
pirate.
I'm putting my hand on. I'm like motioning you down to like get down to my level so I can put my hand on your shoulder.
Yeah.
And then like listen. It's about setting expectations, right? You don't want people to be confused about what you're about, right? You don't like wear clothes or armor or anything, so the only thing left is the hat.
Well, I have this, and he kind of motions to the rope harness that he wears that has all his equipment on it. Also, I'm not subject to the sun like all of you people with your skin. My carbase is pretty good.
I'm going over here. See, Mr. Biffo, this is what we're working with. Can you please help us?
So for the record,
Yeah.
nobody aboard your pirate ship, none of the other crew, wear the kind of hat you're thinking of.
Listen to me very carefully, Brick Road. Like, Nerium is aware of this. She's doing this entirely for shits and giggles.
Gotcha. Okay.
She's doing this because she thinks it's funny.
Yeah.
She's lying to Sahn.
I'm just
Perhaps
looking down the
a,
list here.
like crystalline circlet to focus psionics. That seems
No.
like something that might be worth wearing.
No. You need a big poofy hat, big long feather, maybe a little curve on the side, like set it at a jaunty angle. Listen, you've got. Do you want people to misunderstand what you're doing?
I think they're not supposed to understand what we're doing until we're on top of them, right?
But then the hat is a statement. It's a statement.
Biffo agrees with that. He says, this is one of the brilliant truths of the world that most people, unfortunately, are unable to see. A hat is a statement. Why is Trogdor in the opium den?
Oh, why is he? I don't know.
Why
wouldn't
is
he be?
Trogdor in the opium den?
He's the mascot on the door.
He's burninating.
Yo,
he's burninating
he's the
opium.
Burninating the herbs. Yeah.
Wow. Impressive.
All right, he's really the burninator. All right, you can say.
Yeah. Sometimes these things just work about.
This is a pretty terrible Trogdor model, I gotta say.
That's about on par with the original Trogdor drawing.
Wait, but do you have a hat?
Do I
Or
have
like,
a hat?
what character are you wearing a hat?
No.
Looking down the list
Are
of
you
crew,
getting a hat too?
Yes.
Did they match?
We can get matching hats. Nerium like claps her hands. Matching hats, please.
You two should absolutely get matching hats, yes.
I feel like Ronald and Noose probably wear a cap. Midge probably has a helmet she wears into battle. And Peachberry probably owns many hats.
I'm like picturing like a red mage hat.
Oh, yeah, no,
big,
that's-
big feathered.
Standard plumed hat, gotcha.
Yeah. Yep.
I am looking for something a bit simpler. Perhaps a straw hat.
Sorry.
Biffo seems taken aback at the implication that he would deign to use his craft to make a simple straw hat. He tells you if you go out to the meet, you might be able to go out into the fields, find fistfuls of straw, and make your own.
So your skills are not that good. You can't even make a simple straw hat.
Do you have one that would blend into the rigging in the crow's nest? So that I won't be seen?
That's what Sahn asks for. One that
Yeah,
looks like rigging.
so I guess what? You're going to get like a fancy colorful one, and I'll get one that is the same shape, but is not colorful? Is that how they match?
Like, I don't know. I was thinking like bright pink, maybe purple for you. It goes so well with your complexion.
Biffo highly recommends the purple.
And Sahn will back into a corner with a bunch of like red dyed brocade or whatever, and turn his skin red as an action.
Oh, and Boffo claps his hands together at the spectacle.
I think something like made of just plain cotton undyed would probably work best.
Are you able to change the color of your clothes when you do that?
I get advantage on stealth. I don't think I can change my clothes. That's part of the reason I don't really wear any clothes.
Okay. So basically what Nerium is suggesting is she doesn't want you to be able to use that stealth anymore.
Yeah, that's
Because-
what I'm trying to get something that would at least blend in with the sails, so when we're at sea, like...
Yeah, you all are hiding, and they're like, wait a minute. I'm not counting...
Giant pink hat.
There's a hat floating there in the rigging.
Just a hat in the middle of that outcropping of rocks.
Nerium is doing this, like, just
Yeah.
specifically,
No, I get it.
just to see if she can't get you to wear a silly hat.
No, and Biffo, you guys spend some time. Biffo rolls out bolts of cloth and things. He's got examples of his work. He's definitely the man to see. He quotes each of you a price of 6 pieces of gold.
That seems excessive for a hat.
Biffo tells you that you will never need another hat. This is the final hat you will ever buy. The craftsmanship is of masterwork level, and all who behold it will be charmed or terrified by you in your measure. That's his claim.
Nerium slaps 12 gold down on the table and says, sold. And she puts the hat on Sahn and puts her hat on.
Oh, the hats aren't made yet. He's got to craft them.
Oh, okay.
Unless if you're buying one off the shelf, which he insists you don't do, because none of the hats here
Right.
could adorn your fabulous head. Now he had to see your head in person to be able to get the vision. But no, he's not going to weave a straw hat for Ssah'ra. That's the kind of thing she could just buy out of the PHP. You don't need a haberdasher for that. I kind of like the idea of her just like wearing this straw hat though. Floppy hats, underrated. Yeah, so you give him 6 gold pieces, or 12 gold pieces. For
Yeah, I'm
Sahn
buying
as well.
Sahn a hat.
And yeah, he makes a whole spectacle of it. He sits you down in a little chair, makes you stand completely still, pulls your hair back behind your head, gets the measurements out, measures you from ear to ear, cheekbone to cheekbone, brow to chin, gets all the fixtures. He gets out palettes and swaths and goes through and matches, finds your exact hair color. Sahn has like antenna
Yep.
and like compound eyes.
Yep.
Biffo has definitely never worked with this sort of anatomy before, but he gives no indication that he's having any trouble with it. Ssah'ra, give me an insight check as you're watching this spectacle unfold.
That is going to be a 13.
13. Watching this happen, you are certain. I mean, if the pieces you're seeing here in the man's little room are his work, you're certain the man is a skilled craftsman. You think he's completely BSing the rest of it, though. This is all just for show to be able to sell these guys a hat for 6 gold pieces that should cost a few silvers.
She is not surprised by this at all. I would expect no less of this place.
Do you just let it happen?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's what Nerium wants anyway, I'm sure. So yeah, he tells you that in 48 hours he will have the job done. Come back to his shop. You can pick up your wares then. And he looks forward to working with you again in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Which is weird, because a minute ago he said this is the last hat you'll ever need.
Yep.
Over at the smokehouse.
Before we move on, Brick Road, just one quick question, just for NPC notes.
Gross.
The what is the name of the proprietor of this premises, and what is its name again?
So, the proprietor of the smokehouse is El Vosco. El Vosco is a Rakshasa. He's one of the council members on the Council of Cats. He sat on the council longer than anybody else currently. He is the senior member. He's the only member who was part of the council when you guys were here 3 campaigns ago.
Oh wow.
His story is that he made his fortune as a spice merchant, then lived a second life as a pirate raiding Southling vessels, and He sat the council for over a century, so many pirates out on the sea who aren't necessarily as in tune to Kovnos politics kind of think of him as Kovnos' governor, even though Kovnos does not have a governor.
I was more referring to the repair shop that's over there.
Oh,
the others
the place where you're not.
Yeah.
The other scene.
Yeah. I'm doing this for party notes.
Yeah, there was a time years ago, not that long ago though, maybe a decade or a little more, where the Black Arrow attempted to take the Kovnos by sea.
Yeah.
And the Striton showed up, destroyed the fleet with powerful weather magic. He's a cleric of Osprum. And the shipwright who was working with the Black Arrow decided to defect, come to the Kovnos instead, rather than go back and potentially face execution. His name is Tuelis.
Wellis. Okay.
Because Rakshasa are mirthful types, this smokehouse, which you guys are inside of, is an opium den.
Mm-hmm.
It's 10 gold pieces for an hour's session. For 40 extra, they'll weave magic illusions into the smoke. They say this amplifies the experience. Most people in the Kovnos think it's overrated.
Oh.
Right next door to the smokehouse is the smokehouse, which is an open-air fire pit surrounded by benches, where meat is smoked round the clock underneath a ream of rough canvas. The grounds here are owned by Elvosco, but operated by Opso, an obese Harengon.
10 gold is too rich for Nazir's blood right now.
And Nazirr mentions that, and Noose didn't Tenacity just give you your take.
Tenacity gave us no take of...
She did. She gave everybody a little pile of gold as a taste, as like incentive to get you on the crew.
A lot of that was funneled into Nazir's equipment.
Okay. What did you buy?
Benedict will turn his pockets out and have 7 gold to show for it.
Yeah, I've got 7 gold to myself. Yeah.
And I mean, Noose shakes his head sadly. Well, sitting and watching is free, I suppose. He's still going in.
Okay. I guess.
Do you have 10 gold? Do you have 10 gold between you?
Between the two of us? Yeah, we totally do.
You
We
want
have
to
30 minutes each.
rock, paper, scissors for it? They're not going to let you split one, but you can try to do it surreptitiously.
Oh, Penny's not going to hide the fact that he feels like a fish out of water here. He'll look at Nazirr and say, well, you were looking forward to this. I was just tagging along, and I've never been to one of these places anyway.
Oh, let me confirm before we go any further. Who's wearing the drum at the moment?
I thought we were leaving that on the ship.
Yeah.
Nazirr still... Well, when you guys come off the ship, my intention is for you to have these items with you, because you are going to get into encounters and things in the Kovnos. You guys want to talk about the drum for just a second?
Sure.
Here's my thought. Because I want to build this system where the artifacts can get more powerful over time, the more time you spend with them. So here's what I've come up with. I made myself a little chart to keep track of AP for each individual treasure across all 5 characters. So the way I've got it worked out now is I've thought of 6 ways you can power up an artifact. Whoever initiates the artifact, which is what Nazirr did last week, will get 2 AP. Invoking its ability, in this case the drum's ability is Rack the Earth, is good for 1. Communing with its Atma is good for 1. Winning a conflict against the Atma is good for 2. And claiming an Atma's blip at the end of a session for the artifact you're attuned to is good for 1. Also, spending blips can increase your AP. I was thinking both to trigger passive abilities built into the drum has a passive ability to pass a save if you fail it, or if you really just want to pump into an artifact, I would allow you to just spend blips at the end of a session as well. So, with all that in mind, Nazirr is currently sitting on 4 AP for the drum, because he initiated it,
Oh.
he successfully communed with the Atma, and then he claims one of the Atma's blips at the end.
Yeah.
And I was thinking it would level up at 10, 30, and 60. And
Okay.
let's see how it goes from there.
So if your intention was to have Nazirr still attuned to it and carrying it, then absolutely I will.
It's my intention that somebody has it every time you guys step off the ship and go on an adventure.
I don't see why you shouldn't take it.
Okay then. Yeah, Nazirr will have it.
Okay.
Slung.
If you reveal an ability at 10 AP, does that ability only for that character, or is it for everybody?
I would add it to the stat block of the item, and then anybody who reaches that level could then use it.
Okay. So you do start from 0.
Yeah, so like if Nazirr levels up with the drum, he would get access to new drum abilities, but then if he passes off the drum, they wouldn't unless... So it's like
Okay,
a job
so
system, kind of.
Yeah, there is a reason
Yeah.
to pass it around. Okay, cool.
And it is my short-term goal in the campaign to try to get 5 of these artifacts in the campaign by the end of Session 5. That's the goal.
Okay.
All right, so Nazir's got the drum, and you just start playing it at the smokehouse and break everything? Is that the idea?
Let us in.
No, they'll let
No,
you
nothing
in.
like that.
And so outside, you've got groups of men sitting around eating smoked meat. The smell of spice and sauce permeates the air. When you go inside, it's a much more pleasant, maybe as pleasant considering your tastes. Herbal aromas inside, perfumes and incense. And it's one large room. El Vosco is not actually working here. He just owns the place.
Mm-hmm.
One of his little pirate minions is at the place, so he'd collect money. Noose pays the man, reclines back on a cushion with a long pipe. His eyes just roll back, and he just begins to purr. So the two of you are welcome to just kind of kick back on a cushion and wait it out.
Would it be possible for Nazirr to work to pay for his supper, as it were?
Not here, no.
Oh, well, okay.
Would it be possible for him to go earn 10 gold out in the Covenants? Probably, if you want to spend the rest of the evening doing it.
Yeah.
What's Benny? Is Benny going with him?
I think Benny will go shopping for a bandana. He's just looking to spend a little bit of packaging. I mean, how much can a bandana cost? 10 gold?
I'm sure it's listed in the PHB, something similar. It can't be any near 10 gold.
Right.
Well
just
done.
Common clothes, right?
Yeah.
So.
Well,
The entire set of
well,
commoners clothes is like 5 silver, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could get several bandanas. I could have one for every day of the week. That would make Nerium happy, and Benny already knows that he needs to keep Nerium happy, or she will harass him in various ways, probably.
No, never.
No, never. Of course not. So he's gonna go looking for just somewhere that sells like common clothes.
Okay. Well, we don't need to play that scene out. You just buy anything you need to out of the PHB.
Yeah.
For stuff like that. I will say that maybe for the first time in Flumph history, I am affected by a strong correlation between Treble's character and the icon he has decided to pick. Because Lufia in the game is like this hysterical, volatile character. Anytime she's not happy, she melts down, yells at everybody. She's not wearing a hat, though. No hat.
You're thinking of Sahn.
Nazirr,
Sir.
on a scale of 1 to 10, how shady are you willing to take work in order to make 10 gold tonight?
5.
5.
Mhm.
Okay.
Middle of the road.
And Benny, you're going out to do your shopping, and you're not assisting Nazirr in this.
I mean, if he's nearby and I see him, sure, but I think the odds of that are low.
Okay.
I do have a couple spell slots to hand. I could throw that in for anything for
Nazirr,
on my serve. Sir.
you get word from somebody who knows of a job going down tonight. Very hush-hush. They need a couple of extra hands. Better for faces not known in the Covnos. What is... Nazirr Cut's a pretty imposing figure. Like, he's an orc, right? So...
Yeah.
Bulky, muscular, green skin.
Yeah.
Like, what are we talking about here?
Not as muscular as some orcs, but definitely got a little bit of guns.
He a beef orc? What's he dressed like? And what kind of armor is he wearing?
He's wearing studded leather armor, and he has he's got the bandana on his head that's covering the horrible scar that's going around his head. He's also got a scarf that's covering his black arrow tattoo.
And what's he armed with?
Let's see. He's got a spear, sling.
So are you marching around the Covenants with a spear?
Yeah, he's got it slung in his back as well as he's also got that drum as well.
Give me an insight check.
Insight.
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 I am out of Gatorade. That's sad.
20.
20. Talking to these shady guys, they have a job that's going to need doing. Like they said, they need a couple of extra hands. You're a big guy. You've got a weapon. Probably it's not going to come to blows, but we just need a couple of fellas to kind of stand at the side and look imposing. And when you hear that, you think to yourself, I would be in a better position to take this job if I showed my tattoo.
Yeah, he'll drop the scarf then.
And yeah, guys are impressed. Like, what? Why are you covering? That's fucking metal, dude. Were you actually marched in the Black Arrow? Like, this is... He asked if you know any other lads who might be able to come along and assist.
I think all the ones I know are too busy at the moment.
Well, they're talking about something that's going to happen overnight. So a couple hours from now.
So it would be night
action, yeah.
Night action. I could put some feelers out when I run into them next.
What they want you to do is come out behind Mom's boarding, which is down here in the south, D7. When you hear the midnight bell.
Okay.
And like I said, all they need to stand there, look imposing. You're probably not going to come to blows. If it came to blows, it's bad news for everybody, right? It's not the kind of business anybody wants to be in.
Indeed.
But it's giving you the opportunity to go and recruit the rest of your party members for this job. He's willing to pay 5 gold pieces a head.
Okay.
Just to kind of... so without any insight check required, that sounds extremely sketch. But you told me 5 out of 10, so... 10 out of 10 would have been like, oh man, the dead body ship is coming in. We need to like move all the dead bodies.
Listen, necromancers pay top coin for that.
It's somebody else's coin, so it's fine.
10 out of 10 would be like, we need you to sneak in and lace all the opium with arsenic.
We need you to unload the body ship and take it to the Tit Cave.
10 out of 10 is we need somebody to go assassinate Bosun Bob. All right, so
Red did it for free.
Nerium and Sahn have commissioned fancy purple pirate hats, and Sahn wants his to be camouflaged so it looks like the rigging.
Yep.
a suitably piratey hat. That's what. Yeah.
Ssah'ra has purchased a straw hat. Benny has purchased a nice little collection of bandanas adorned with all different patterns. Like there's one with Hello Kitty.
Oh, they sell that here? Oh man, I went to the wrong shop.
Council of Cats runs the place, my dude. That's probably racist. So, for night actions, does Nazirr pass along this job where everybody can make a quick buck?
Yeah, absolutely.
Noose is in a very good mood when you return to him. He's now reclining back on his cushion, enjoying the high, just listing away, purring loudly. And in one hand, he's just swirling a glass, this snifter filled with mineral water, and not drinking it. Nazirr, welcome back, my friend. Am I doing a good job keeping an eye on you?
Sure.
And he holds the little glass up in toast. When you pitch the job to him, he immediately downs the water, gets to his feet. Very well. Lead the way.
Yeah.
Who else wants to be part of this scheme?
Oh, Benny will go along if Nazirr asks him.
No, and Nazirr puts it to everybody.
Yeah, Sahn will come.
Sure.
Sure, sounds like trouble.
So yeah, everybody can make 5 gold. From standing there doing nothing. That's the pitch.
Yep.
You get out there and the pirate's like, all right, mateys, here is what my MLM is like.
No.
Oh no.
We're gonna get out there. Like, yeah, you just recruit. You recruit a pirate ship, and then they each recruit 2 pirate ships.
They recruit 5 ships. I have watched probably 100 hours of anti-MLM content this week. So, have you heard of Herbalife?
And then they
Herbalife.
they store all.
No.
I did it. You can't stop me.
No.
They store it all on the anchor
forever.
chain.
Oh, I hate it. Fantastic. All right.
I am so proud of myself.
Yeah,
That's a
let's
good move.
go ahead and everybody stack themselves up down here behind Mom's.
Mom's boarding house.
This yellow guy here. You know, the yellow is going to be Noose. He'll be with you. Green is the one that Nazirr spoke to.
Mm-hmm.
And I realize we're kind of cramped on the edge of the map here, so I'll kind of go the other
Little bit.
direction. Yeah, these black ones can't really be seen. Let's make them there.
Cool.
Yeah, the man, when he sees that you've brought 5 friends. Actually, Nazirr, go ahead and give me another insight check.
Certainly.
Make this one at disadvantage. You know what? No, make it an advantage because you blew the other one. Yeah, you blew the other one out of the water. You have a good sense of this guy's tells.
Good read of the guy. 14.
Yeah, he said he was going to pay you 5 gold, and you're pretty sure he's got that. When he asked you to bring, if you knew a couple of lads, he didn't think you were bringing 5 other people. He can't afford to pay 20 gold for this. There's no way all of you are getting paid. But he doesn't tell you that. It's just the kind of the sense you get.
Mm-hmm.
And you're waiting back behind the boarding house here for a couple of moments, hearing people on the other side of the wall taking a meager evening meal, when 4 pirates show up. And they've got this man bound in shackles. Not shackles, maybe a length of rope. This guy is like maybe the least imposing figure you've seen. If he's a pirate, he's definitely not the actual swashbuckling type. All that they need you to do is keep a lookout for him. Okay, make sure that nobody comes around, sees what they're doing, And they immediately start dressing this man up in armor. One of them has a scimitar they put down in front of him. One of them has daggers that they tuck down into his boots. Literally, they're tearing off this guy's rags and putting him in more respectable, what Nerium might say is pirate clothing.
Suitably pirate.
And when this is done, the man behind him, these men are all armed with scimitars. They are standard pirate stat block 101.
Yeah.
So this one here puts a scimitar to the man's back. The man next to him reaches down with his weapon, cuts away the ropes binding the man's ankles, and then binding his arms. So, all right, take up that sword. The man on the ground does. He's holding it in two hands. Like, it's clear he's never held a sword before. While the guy that Nazirr spoke to reaches over, pulls an eye patch across his head, down over one of his eyes.
So, Nerium speaks up. So, this is a, you're going to scam the council into paying paying you the bounty for a person, right?
Wow, I was just about to ask for that roll.
Like, this is what's happening. Like, we'll get it from Nerium. So, I don't know, man.
Yeah,
price
no,
of man-
when Nerium says that, the men all look at each other. These guys look at each other, look back at him, who glances over at Nazirr with these wide eyes, start murmuring back and forth. You weren't supposed to tell them about the scam. But yeah, no, that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to make this guy cut one or two of them. They're going to beat the hell out of him, drag him before the council, take the bounty.
So, quick question. Like, what is the limitation on this? Like, are fist fights under the same rule?
I mean, you are asking for a level of legislation that probably does not exist in a pirate cove.
Okay, I just was wondering, like, well, like, what I'm wondering is, like, if people get into fist fights, do they get drugged before and hung for the 50 gold? Or is it only, like, weapons?
Sometimes.
Okay,
And, like,
sometimes. That's a good enough answer.
It's dependent on the mood of a lot of different things. But this guy has a weapon. They've given him a scimitar, and they were about to tell him, all right, cut him across the arm here, like some superficial cuts, 1 or 2 damage, and then we're going to beat the hell out of him and drag him back.
I mean, I have no problem with this, but, like, our take just went up. Because this is definitely not, like, I don't know, legal?
So they were going to get 50 gold for dragging this guy in, split it 5 ways between them, and then they were going to cut Nazirr in for 5. That was his plan, and then Nazirr showed up with more friends.
Right.
So what their plan was then, you don't know.
If they were going to split 5, like, yeah, no, it's
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, so our take just went up to 50% on this.
Ssah'ra starts counting the
There's
other men there.
5 of you, 5 of us, 5 gold apiece.
Hey,
Or
but you're just the lookouts, though.
Ssah'ra.
Yes, and I'm watching you try to defraud, and right now we're looking at you defrauding the council.
Nerium. Ssah'ra leans over and whispers in the Nerium's ear so the others can't leave. There's 5 of them at 50 gold apiece.
So do Benny and Sahn care to go along with this scheme at all now that they know what it is?
Does Sahn care?
Yeah, Sahn cares. Sahn thinks this sounds like a probably bad idea.
Benny was gonna voice his opposition in the same way that Nerium did.
So you're going along with it, but you want a bigger cut.
Yeah.
Like, Nerium, that's Nerium's, yeah. Like, I expected Benny to be like, no, this is wrong.
This isn't like something that we should be doing, but if they're going to scam like if we just walk away, they're gonna scam anyway.
Cyris slithers over to Benny and leans in next to him. What is the payout for conspirators?
Benny doesn't know that.
No idea.
Raz doesn't know that.
So what you know for sure is there's a 50 gold bounty if you prevent violence, if you bring down an aggressor within the cove's borders, bring them to the authorities, which would be the ships over here, where the Council of Cats presides. The actual details of that bounty, that could be all over the place. You're sure that some days, like, this is the kind of scheme that they're probably hip to after 100 years of operating the Kovnos.
Yeah, Benny would say to Ssah'ra, well, they spilled the plan to us, and if we rope them all up, we could probably get coin for that.
I know
Maybe
that you
not.
don't. I know you generally don't let NPCs make decisions, but like, what does Noose have any insight into or is he just too blitzed?
Noose doesn't join the conversation, but looking at him, he's still purring because he's recently had a good smoke. But looking at Noose, there's an aloofness to it. He doesn't really care which way this situation goes because he can get out of it. He can climb up this wall and be away quick as a cat and silent without anybody being the wiser, and then come back later and claim he had no part in it. If it goes down well and he makes 5 gold, he's happy. If not, no skin off his nose.
But anyway, that's Nerium's stance on it. It's like, well, obviously this is a scam that's worth 50 gold, and we're watching you break the law, and the fee for our silence is 5 gold, is an equal share. 5 gold for everybody.
Some of the pirates look at each other dumbly, like that math doesn't, we only make 50 if we split it.
There's 10 of us. Nerium will speak slowly. Okay, there's 10 of us. All right, there's 5 of you, 5 of us. 5 times 10 is 50.
And
Actually, there's 6 of us and 4 of you.
Well, there's 5 of them. And
Many.
6 of you. This white guy is nobody's. This is the
That's the
that's the
forgot
mark.
about the NPC.
scapegoat.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Benny, you need to speak up because the Council of Cats will obviously know what's going on, and then we'll be the ones in trouble. On the other hand, if we just rope these 5 up and turn them in, we get all the money for ourselves, and we're the heroes of the town.
That's
Don't you
what
want
Benny
to
was.
be a hero?
That's what Benny was actually trying to impress upon Ssah'ra, was if we wait until they start fighting and then we stop all of them fighting, we're doing the town a service.
Dude.
And a little bit of coin falls our way, so be it.
We have to wait? They've already threatened to fight. I think that's the
Yeah.
same thing.
Okay. Then
Roll
That's our
initiative.
cue. Roll initiative, right?
I have to roll 4 initiatives. Well, no, you guys are rolling for Noose. You guys have his stat block. I don't gonna do anything for Noose.
Oh, that's not terrible.
Mine's terrible.
You want me to go before or after you?
If you can give me an advantage in some way, you can go before me.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that's
let me get,
how it works here, huh?
Did somebody taking over for?
Yeah, who's my initiative
Yeah,
caller this
not
week?
for
Noose?
Noose.
Oh, who's taking over for Noose?
Let's.
Because if nobody wants it, I will.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why don't you run Noose, and then we can roll a dice for. Lowest gets to be initiative bitch.
What size die are we rolling?
Just a 20. We got him on the table.
We got a 14.
I got a 19.
I got a 3.
Oh, what are we rolling for?
Who's going to be initiative nerd?
Not it.
3.
Chris Raz, roll again.
Oh, is it the lowest? Lucis?
Yeah,
has
you
to
both
do
rolled
it?
3s. Yep.
Hey, I
Chris.
rolled a 1. Cool.
All right.
You're initiative nerd.
Against
Picture this.
Let's see. Let me pull up his stat block here. I have it.
Who
Yeah,
did
here it
it
is.
last time?
Initiative, I did.
Oh, you did it last time.
Can you
Okay.
put
Yeah,
can you
that's
put
fine,
a
that's fine.
token on 16 for Noose?
yeah.
Next time, just remember that you're not in the rolling. If that makes sense.
You know what? I meant to make a little icon for Noose, and I even downloaded a sprite sheet from the Cheetah Men.
No,
That I-
Excellent.
that's too good.
All right.
Little 16-bit cheetah man.
Oh, why can't I? I'm wrestling with the music bot again. It's just, is it the command playlist? I had it backwards. No?
What was the? Oh, it's too far back up to scroll.
I have a
Oh, sorry.
cheat sheet
wrong
here.
button.
What did I type earlier? I got it first try, like an hour ago, because I thought it might take an hour to actually get it.
Mm-hmm.
Playlist,
that's what I
fight or
thought.
whatever.
I don't know what your playlist is called, but that seems like the right syntax.
Unless the playlist...
You have to stop it and then start it again.
yes, that's what I have to
think.
do. Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, so stop.
We'll get this sorted out about the last session.
Yeah, we'll get it down to a science for the last session.
Hopefully. Why is... Okay, I stopped it. And...
Is it not called battle? Is it called combat? Or
That's
something?
what I'm
I don't know.
double checking.
Yeah.
No, it's called battle.
No.
It's not called combat, Raz.
Yeah, I don't. I was in the middle
Trying
of
to be
it.
helpful.
Reset it.
I appreciate the attempt.
I'm helping.
Oh,
You are
bot.
contributing to this conversation.
Yeah, it's just... Let's try this. Oh, now I can't even get it to shut down. I can manually shut it down. Go away. Go away. It's been running for like 2
Is it
hours, so...
Playlists.
Maybe it's just upset. This is the part of the archive that everybody loves to watch.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby.
Let's
all go to the lobby
and
and get ourselves a snack.
There, something happened.
Yeah, it just didn't like the commands for some reason. It just gave up. All right. We heard this one like 6 times last week. There we go. Ah, it's one of the only Dragon Warrior songs I've got in the list.
Anyway,
That's very relevant to the setting, I think.
So, I think they were starting things off with my scared prisoner guy.
yeah.
Yeah, scared prisoner guy spins around with the scimitar. He's listening to all this. He doesn't see either side being to his advantage very much. He slashes at this pirate, carves through his neck. Guy eyes go wide with surprise. He sputters, clatters to the ground, dead. So now everything just got way more complicated. Who's next? Oh, you know what? He's going to try to escape. So he's going to leave a threat range, use this reaction.
So yellow is next after him.
That's a hit. This is still white's turn because he's going to try to run away. Only a D8 plus 1. Then he's going to leave this threat range. That guy's going to miss. So he's going to run back out into town. And if he starts hollering about what's happening, everybody's in a lot of trouble very quickly. So the prisoner guy, he's bloodied now. He's taken a slash across his belly after he's killed this one man right here in the street. Who's next?
Yellow is after white.
That's Noose.
I'm just counting out some movement here.
Yep.
Noose is going to give that whole crowd a wide berth,
Sure.
and using feline agility, he's going to catch up to the fella and attempt to knock him out non-lethally with rapier.
I won't need to do a lot of damage here.
Uh, 19 to hit.
That'll hit. You hit an AC of commoner.
6 points bludgeon or I guess it'd be non-lethal piercing damage.
Yeah,
I'll
I mean,
s-
well, bludgeoning, because he's hitting him with the blunt end of his
Yeah.
rapier to bring him to the
Yeah,
ground.
the pommel, yeah.
So the guy collapses before he has a chance to start crying out. So he's unconscious, but he's not stable because he's taken this wound to his cut. So somebody's going to have to take an action to stabilize him before the start of his next turn, or he'll probably bleed out. Is it the end for Noose?
Yeah, it's all Noose can do this turn.
Who's
Nerium's
next?
up next.
Okay, let's see. I have.
Oh, yeah, I should have thrown sneak attack on that, but eh.
Can you do sneak attack on a non-lethal pommel hit?
I don't see why not.
Yeah.
Can you do that precisely, but also not deadly?
Dude, you've seen movies like people get knocked out with a sap or a blackjack or something.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah.
How many dice is this? 5d8. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I am casting sleep on these 4 gentlemen in front
Sure.
of us. That is a total of 23 hit points.
23. You got 2 of the bandits, or pirates. They're bandits, but they're pirates. I'll let you pick which 2.
Sure. The green one and the blue one. And this blue one. No, this one. This back
Asleep.
one. Yeah.
Asleep. And Nerium, moving or staying put?
I'm fine here. Just playing my violin, quietly plucking my strings.
Teal is next.
All right. Do I have to get a save to wake up? No, somebody has to actually wake him up.
Yeah, it
not-
takes an action to wake him
Yeah,
He
up.
it's
doesn't
an
wake
action.
up on his own. All right. These guys don't... Well, let's give them morale checks. That's probably a good thing to try. This guy breaks and runs. This guy sees that Nerium just dropped 2 of his companions to the ground and lunges forward with his scimitar, which is probably the worst idea of his life. Nerium, I got a 17 to hit.
That hits.
Go ahead and roll that again for siphon salience.
Is that silvery barbs?
Yeah.
That's still a 17, unfortunately.
I'll give myself advantage on my next roll.
Okay. Nerium, it's going to be 5 points of slashing damage as the man, terrified out of his mind after he just saw what you just did to his 2 companions. Apparently he's hoping by bringing you down, he'll scare the rest of your people off. It looks like that did not happen for him. Who's next?
After blue, that's going to be Sahn.
Okay, so the teal ones are armed with scimitars.
Yes. Well, they all are.
And
The green one is as well.
Okay. And then this guy, which one is bleeding out?
The white token over here, he's also technically, they gave him a scimitar as part of the scam.
Right. And then, the one question I have, did it look like he actually knew what he was doing when he slashed the guy? Like, is he proficient with that weapon?
No, he's a commoner. That was beginner's
Okay,
luck.
that was just complete luck. Okay.
That was DM fiat to make the encounter more interesting.
I can move to here. I can draw a short sword and bring the pommel down along the back of this guy's neck.
Okay.
That'll hit an armor class of 10, I believe.
Armor class
might be harder than that.
10 does not hit.
Yeah, it's 10. Okay. And I guess I'll try an unarmed strike with my 2-weapon fighting since don't have a second sword out.
Okay.
That'll hit. So that's dexterity and proficiency.
Yes, but you don't add any bonus to your...
Right to the damage.
damage.
Oh no, no, there's no proficiency. I'm not proficient in unarmed strike, so that's an 18.
Everybody's proficient.
Yeah, you're always
Why does
proficient.
it
in
say
your
+2 on my character sheet? Oh, is it strength? I can't use dex for unarmed strike, so I'm not a
Yes.
monk.
Yes, that
That's
must
why.
be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's 18 to hit.
18 will hit. Yeah, because
1
Noose
damage.
has the same problem with his stat block. He's not a strength character, but he's got his claws.
Yeah, I do 1 damage with my small arm.
Well, he wakes up.
Oh no, I wasn't attacking the sleeping one. I was attacking this one that lunged at you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
So how much damage?
1 non-lethal damage.
1 non-lethal. Okay. Yeah, you clock him in the back of the head.
That's the end of my turn.
All right, green is up next.
He's asleep. He's snoring.
All right, Benny,
For a
it's on
minute,
you.
Oh, I'm gonna bonk the guy in front of me with pommel.
Better
of
chase
my
down the guy
blade.
right away.
Somebody got to chase down. Yeah.
I have 17 to hit.
17 will hit.
4 non-lethal bludgeoning. Well, can you do non-lethal slashing? I guess you slap them with the blade.
As long as it's a melee attack, you can do non-lethal damage. If it's a melee, if it's non-magical and or if it's not like fire, cold, acid, whatever. I think it says you can't do. I've never allowed non-lethal damage from ranged attacks, arrows and bullets and the like.
Yeah, that doesn't work. Okay. 5, 10.
Is that it for Benny?
20, 20. I don't think I can reach this guy in any case. But 5, 10, 15. I can do this. And if this guy survives a round, I can medicine him next round.
He won't.
He won't.
At the start of his turn, he's going to bleed out. If he was anything but a commoner, I would give him benefit of the doubt, but he's not.
Yeah, I'll just stay here then.
Also, I secretly don't want this NPC to survive and become important in the campaign. Who's next?
He has a grudge forever.
This is our chub.
After being Nazirr.
Nazirr, this is all your fault. This was your idea.
Yeah, this is kind of my fault.
Nazirr, if you rescue... Nerium hauls out, if you take care of the commoner, and I'll stop the guy running away. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the commoner's gonna blame us for this. We could always say the pirates did it. Do we really want to save the commoner?
Do you, Nazirr?
I mean,
do you want to save him?
he broke the law. We could turn him in for 50 gold.
He was the first one to attack.
That's true.
He did start all of this.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
How dare he get scammed?
Yeah, I'm gonna cast Healing Word on him.
Okay. So gives him hit points back, and he kind of, his eyes kind of flutter open. The wound on his chest closes. He stops bleeding out. He has not quite regained his facilities yet. Who's next?
That would be Ssah'ra.
How is she going to make this worse?
So this blue guy next to Nerium is conscious or unconscious?
No, he's conscious. He's not even bloodied yet. He's down to clown.
Clown him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have a decent long range attack, so.
Well, I don't know if you'd want to do that anyway.
Well, the one running away.
Oh, Nerium said she can handle that.
So, green is sleeping, blue is sleeping, white is not paying attention to anything.
White's laying prone on the ground, but he's aware of what's happening because he's received magical healing.
I guess she's going to use her glaive, and we're knocking them unconscious. Is that our plan? We're not killing them?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll do a attack to try and knock them unconscious.
Okay.
The guy to the south of you.
Yeah. And I has no advantage, but I can roll a 1.
A 1?
Since nobody gave me advantage, yes.
I forgot to take the advantage I had myself.
Yep. No, 1's not going to do anything.
Yeah, unless that's a 7. I mean, does the 7 hit?
No, this is the world's most competent CR 1-8. Is that it for Ssah'ra?
I don't have a bonus action yet, so yeah, that's it.
Gross. Who's next?
That would be up to white.
All right. Well, he's going to stand up.
Yep.
He's going to disengage and try to flee. So he's got 3 steps he can take. He can't go this way because the other guy is there. So yeah, he's going to run off. What are these buildings here? Back behind the leaky ladle. No, he's going to run to the leaky ladle.
Mm-hmm.
Also might be a liability. Who's next?
Did he leave for
Yellow.
ranges?
He disengaged.
He's disengaged.
Oh, disengage. I'm sorry.
Yellow is next, followed by Nerium.
Yeah, well.
Well, Noose just kind of Noose walks up to him, gives him a bonk behind the head again.
It's like freaking Noose walking around to the Pink Panther theme.
If he doesn't take his full movement, he describes it as a saunter.
Yeah, he saunters. That's a 21 to hit.
He's a commoner. He's got his AC of commoner.
Oh. Looking at 9 points of non-lethal damage.
Does that beat the amount of healing
Backside of his
Nazirr
head.
gave him?
What's that?
Was that more than the amount of healing Nazirr gave him?
Oh yeah.
I imagine Nazir's just like, dude, I just fixed that. Yeah, no, this poor bastard, he's gonna have brain damage at the end of the night.
Fine, he's a farmer or something.
Is that it
At
for
least
news?
he's not in danger of dying this time.
He's probably a deckhand that got pulled off of one of the ships.
He's not in danger of dying this time, hopefully.
Is that it for news?
Yeah, it's it for Noose's turn.
Who's next?
After Noose is Nerium.
Nerium steps over here and uses her other
Gives
spell
him
slot.
another. Yep. Gives him.
Sleep on this man here. That is a total of 25 hit points on just this man.
All right, who wants to roll me some percentile dice?
I will.
do.
Because Nerium, sleep only affects creatures that you choose, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, never mind. I was going to say, because
That
Nerium
would be
is
hilarious.
now casting a hostile spell over into the middle of the Covenos. I was going to see if some poor bastard falls asleep and falls off the
Yeah.
gangplank. No. Are you going to send my poor guy to sleep?
Yep.
How much did you roll?
25.
Great. That's more than enough. And Miri, moving or staying put?
Oh, bonus action, because I forgot this earlier. Who is the next person in line? Sahn. So, do you still have that advantage?
No, I just forgot about it, so it's gone.
Okay. Oh. Okay, well.
Dice
here
go
you-
everywhere.
Wait, what?
Here you go.
Where did you...
Bardic Inspiration die.
Bardic Inspiration, yeah. I set them down and they just exploded for some reason.
Yeah, that was what I was reacting to.
That's what we call exploding dice, right?
Yeah.
Ah.
Wait, there you go. You have Bardic Inspiration, Ssah'ra.
Okay. Who's next?
After Nerium, it's going to be Teal.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Fuck this. He's gonna disengage and run off. He doesn't want any piece of this. So he's hauling ass back the other direction.
Sahn, you're next.
Actually, I'm gonna. He would have had to move here because there's nothing else over here.
So Sahn can go to here, drawing a second short sword as he does so. Non-lethal pummel strike with the first.
Imagine how terrifying that must be. This guy's gonna break and run after seeing his scam go to shit, and then behind him he just hears the clacking of insect legs.
That first attack hits an armor class of 8.
8 does not hit.
What do I have a no? Nerium has the inspiration, and then the second one hits an armor class of 14,
14 will hit.
and that's my offhand, so it's just the 6, dealing 5 non-lethal damage.
And that's enough to knock him out.
All right, everybody, get some rope.
Then he pulls out the rope and kind of grimaces from the last time.
All right,
Agreed.
somebody else handle the rope besides Benny.
Well, he can't get flung off a cliff at least.
Sahn will pull out his long sword, or take his short sword and slice the rope into pieces, reasonably to bind each person's hands.
Ssah'ra will start pulling everybody, all these people into a group.
Okay. As you guys are,
Sahn will go around binding their arms behind their hands.
here, I'll unlock them so you can drag them where you need them to go. So
So,
one of the
we-
men is dead. Let me remind you of that.
Right.
Yes.
Are we not allowed to? Can we turn a dead body in?
I guess we'll find out, won't we?
Well, the white token killed the other guy, so
Right.
he's
Yeah.
at fault. And then the other blue tokens tried to attack the white guy, and so we rounded them all up to bring him in.
Okay, everybody, raise your hand if you're evil.
Right here.
Okay,
Here.
so all right, so 3 of us, we're cool with this. Just
Yeah.
turning this man in. We're doing a wellness check on the members of the party who are not evil.
This was
I'm
Benny's
also
idea.
neutral. I'm completely fine with turning the person in who slashed someone else's throat.
Right,
Yeah.
Benny.
So, Nerium,
No,
this was
so-
Benny's idea. Benny wanted to turn these guys in for a profit because he caught them in the middle of a scheme. This was his idea.
As you guys are biting these men together, and discussing this, two things you notice. First thing,
We killed nobody.
there's a dead man here.
I know.
First thing you notice is that Noose is nowhere to be seen. He's not helping you bind these guys up, and nobody has any idea where he got off to. Unless somebody's got a passive perception of 23.
Nope.
Definitely not.
The second thing is that while you're halfway through your binding these men up, you realize two armed men from out of the leaky ladle are standing on the gangplank, watching you, just indignant.
Nerium will wave them over and be like, "Hey, these men attacked this deckhand."
What the actual fuck?
What?
They don't look happy, and they look like they're not pushovers like the pirates you guys just knocked out.
Sahn will sheath his swords, but that's about it.
Yeah, Benny will sheath his weapon.
One of them, they're each armed with pole arms. One of them motions down to who did for him, the one with the slashed neck.
And
Points to the white one.
Yeah, we'll point at the bloody scimitar, and we'll explain what was going on. They pulled this poor.
Oh no, he
deckhand off.
interrupts you. He holds up his hand. He's not interested in hearing your explanation. It's a fucking mess. Get him around back. And they motion you to come around the back edge of the building back here.
Okay.
Drag them
So
with
we
us.
just do this.
No, I'm not. I'm just gonna go. They can take care of the body, or they can take care of the unconscious people in the body.
So do these armed men look like they're like guards or patrols, or are they just armed guys that walked out of the tavern and look like they're about to try and take our...
They came out of the tavern. I mean, you could see them as like being muscle. There's a gambling den in there. A lot of money's changing a lot of hands very quickly over the course of the night. But yeah, they could be anybody, but they did come out of the leaky ladle.
Ssah'ra sighs as they walk by.
Is anybody not
they're probably
helping?
gonna take credit.
Are any of the five of you not helping drag all these bodies over?
No, Nazir's moving.
They instruct us to drag them. Like, what? Does it seem like that's what they're trying to tell us?
Oh
to
yeah,
do?
no, they want you guys to drag all these people out behind the building.
Sure. that'll
Ssah'ra
help.
is keeping an eye on them because she fully expects they're going to try and attack them and then take credit for the bounty.
And if Sarah doesn't assist with the unconscious men, they instruct her directly to drag the dead man.
But she'll drag the dead man, but she's keeping an eye.
Benny's also doing the same. Oddly, Sarah and him are on the same.
They have you guys make a little pile of unconscious people. One of them raps rhythmically on a back door. It opens up. There's a third man standing inside. So you found them? Yeah, we found them all right. That's one way to put it. Does the madam still want them? Looking down at the pile of bodies that you all have collected. I imagine she does. What are we doing with them? Tying them up for now? Hanging them tomorrow? Who knows? Come on, you lot. Inside.
Sure.
You're directed... When you go into the door, you're not heading into the back of the leaky ladle as you might expect. Rather, you're heading down a set of stairs to a cellar area. The leaky ladle is just the general gut rot pub of the Covenants. There's dicing, there's schmoozing, there's pillow maids, anything a rowdy buccaneer might want. You guys are headed down into a much more lavishly decorated area, however. Perhaps a private or VIP area. Where you're taken is into a room with ornate tapestries and a lifetime of treasures collected along the walls. Sitting behind a large chair at the other end of the room is a pale yellow and gray Tabashi. She turns to regard you with a raised eyebrow. And the men behind you. They've killed one man that we know of. Looks like they were about to do for, what was it, 4 others? 5 by my count.
No.
Yeah, Benny will interject there.
Negative.
Yeah. No, Nazirr shakes his head and says, "No, this one," he nudges one of them with his boot. This one was about to get done in by the others.
So all the unconscious
Shut
men
one down.
were left outside. The woman can't see them.
Okay.
So
One of them
we had
was
what was
the
it?
one. The
4?
one geared up in armor and a scimitar. Tried to he was going to get done for. Turned in for whatever bounty.
Are you the brains then? She calls Nazirr forward.
No.
She dismisses the 2 men. She asks them where the Tabashi got off to. There wasn't a Tabashi with any sight of a Tabashi when we came out. She instructs them to go find him, and they leave the room. So she's asked if Nazirr is the brains, and Nazirr says no. She wants to know who is.
How can I help you, ma'am?
She bids Nerium forward.
Strike a leg. Deep bow.
There's not a table or a desk or anything like that in the room. She's reclined in this large cushioned chair at the back end of the room, and there's small stools set out here and there with little accoutrements on them. One of them is holding her drink. And she invites Nerium to drag one forward and sit before her.
Mm-hmm. I'll do so.
In your own words, love.
Well, the 4 men outside hired, and she'll point at Nazirr, the not brains of the party, to stand and be lookout for a scheme. And we went out there, and when we got there, what they were doing was they took some poor guy off of a boat, handed a scimitar in his hand, and we're trying to...
Do you know who I am, darling?
I have an idea. Are you one of the council members?
Do you know the only thing all members of the Council of Cats can agree upon is that we hang men who have attempted the very scheme you're outlining?
Right, which is why I put them to sleep, and we were getting ready to bring them to you.
She seems to consider that for a moment.
They're magically asleep and bound, and we did not harm them.
I think sleep only lasts for a minute, so some of them might be waking up right now.
Yeah, they're bound. We tied them up.
So. Easier, I suppose, to just measure all of your necks, though. Less hassle for me that way. Suddenly you have very little to say.
I mean, I suppose, but if you were going to do that, you wouldn't bothered to sit me down for a conversation, no, would you? So what can we do for you?
She seems to regard that for a moment. Then she says, well, I suppose if I were in your position, I would be on my knees begging for mercy.
I spent 12 years in a jar. I'm good, thank you.
She explains that pride is the #1 killer of buccaneers in the Kovnos. People will tell you that it's drink or cheating at dice, but pride will kill you surely every time.
Nerium gives her a very winning smile. Well, if that's how I go, that's how I go.
Still level 1, right? Like, it would be really easy.
Yeah, really easy. Super easy.
Well, I'm afraid there's nothing for it. I'm going to have to hear somebody beg. Otherwise, what am I even doing here? She casts her eyes around the rest of the room. They fall on Ssah'ra. My love, you don't even have knees.
That's never been an issue for me.
And she invites you to come before her.
She tilts her heads and glances at Benny. He's the begging kind.
Who told you about that?
It's true, he is.
Darling, we all can hear. The walls are not that thick.
Oops. Benny will step forward and say, "We did as Nerium said."
She motions you down to your knees in front of her.
Oh, he does. He will do that after being told to do so. He'll get down on one knee and then the other, and say, It is as she described. We acted in the interest of the Cove to keep peace.
And as Benny speaks,
We're
she
very
cranes.
sorry.
She cranes her foot in front of his face, wriggles her toes, and holds one of them in front of his mouth.
Really?
Benny actually looks over his shoulder at Nazirr and then gives a little shrug and then...
Nazirr looks extremely pissed at this.
Use your tongue, Benny.
She is delighted at the turn of events, and also begins to purr. Fortunately, Itabashi can speak and purr at the same time. You all are serving
He does a decent job.
I mean, takes a lot of skill to do this to Itabashi. There's claws. Claw's sharp, man.
So are tusks.
She says, you all serve aboard the Deceit, correct?
Indeed.
I'm told the good captain has undertaken one of his foolish quests. I was wondering what you might tell me about it.
Well, the operational security on it is very tight. That is to say, we haven't been told squat.
Assume I already know. Tell me anyway.
I said we haven't really been told squat.
You've been told you're searching for 13 particular treasures, and you all know that all of you have intimate knowledge of one of them.
Nazir's
in other words,
carrying it.
If you tell her you don't know squat, that's a deception check, is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
Versus her insight.
I mean, listen. Nerium's going to try and lie.
Okay.
Like, that is... Nerium's going to try to lie is going to be the... it's going to be the, the phrase for the entire campaign, assuming she lives.
You got looking for a 17.
Yeah, I beat that. Easy. 26.
Nice. So what do you tell her then?
Then we don't know squat. We were brought on... the operational security is really tight on this venture, and we're new, so we don't know anything.
Everybody but Benny, make me a deception check at advantage.
Can I give my bardic inspiration for this?
Yeah, do I still have the bardic dice?
You do, for 10 minutes.
If you use your bardic inspiration on this, she will know immediately that you're lying, because you cannot give bardic inspiration without performing in some way. And it would be extremely suspicious to suddenly bust out a little song in the middle of this conversation.
So what if? So I don't have my inspiration from when we were still outside.
You do. It lasts for 10 minutes.
Yeah, you still have that. You can use that here, but you all have advantage on this deception roll,
I mean,
Except Benny. Yeah.
and you're still doing
I
the same 17.
get a 5.
A 5.
I am not.
Yeah, Nazirr has a 5 too.
Oh, 11.
His hand is unconsciously going onto the drum on the back, slung across his back.
Okay.
Benny's gonna dig his tongue between the toes.
Okay, we don't need the detailed description, Raz.
No, I know, but instead of
I feel
trying
like
to
you brought that one on yourself.
Yeah, I feel like we do. You put him in
No.
this situation.
Yeah, no, it's don't put me in situations you don't want to explicitly describe. No, in order to hide the fact that he can't make up a lie, he's just gonna dig in.
Well, he said you didn't have to
Fair.
make the check because
No,
you
yeah,
were busy.
you're busy anyway.
Oh, I don't have to make the check at all.
correct.
Oh, nice. Okay, because I
Sahn
failed.
is just trying to not say or do anything right now.
She looks-
That's a 20 for Ssah'ra.
Okay, she looks disappointed for a moment, and then she looks almost sad, gazing at Nerium. No, I suppose I wouldn't trust you either. And then she looks over at Nazirr. But you know, don't you, love?
That's literally his response.
Okay.
Tongue-tied.
Ah, I understand. You're afraid of what that's... She reaches for... Does any of you speak Tabashi?
No.
Nope.
The word she uses is an artful Tabashi word, clearly a terrible slur in reference to tenacity. I would be afraid of what she would do to me as well. It matters not. I can protect you from her. But I only protect my friends. This one's my friend, she says, and begins petting the top of Benedict's head.
Nazirr snarls.
Let us say that I have, perhaps, assistance for the good captain in his quests. Say that I have a problem in the Kovnos that needs to be handled discreetly, that I cannot move against on my own volition or use my own people for. Say I need hired hands, and that I'm willing to help Captain Eyes for old time's sake.
Is this Sweetie Bird?
Do you ask her?
Yeah.
No. I don't care. Nerium doesn't care.
Old time's sake, are you old friends of his?
Oh, the captain and I go way back. Before I had my own ship, before that miserable... Well, never mind. I have something he wants. He doesn't know that I have it yet. But I have no doubt that his minion will find out. Better for me to gain some advantage from the situation and make new friends.
Of course, the alternative is a good Hagen day, apparently.
She shrugs. Depends on the mood of the council, I would say. I would vote to hang you if you don't agree to help me. She's very clear on that point. What she's saying is if this goes before the council, she'll use her influence on the council to hang you. Just easier that way. Hang everybody involved. Cheaper, too.
Ssah'ra.
I'll agree on
slithers.
one condition, that you get your foot off of my boyfriend.
And she looks down at Benny.
Actually, no, he says, not my boyfriend, my man, he says.
And he'll stop. Or pause, I should say. Literally pause, P-A-W-S.
She gives Benny a little nod. Pulls her paw away from his face. Wriggles her toes.
Ssah'ra slithers over next to the tabaxi and playfully traces a finger over her shoulders, whispers in her ear, "I can be your friend."
No need for an insight check, but you can tell. Or maybe Sarah can't. I don't know. How oblivious is she?
What is she?
Quite.
How oblivious?
Oblivious?
much.
She's not very oblivious.
What's your insight?
Passive insight's 11. A little better than a commoner.
Also, this is like 170 to 180-year-old Tabashi.
She's ancient. She tells Sarah that she has... she has use for her scruples. There's a particular problem she needs solved. She needs it solved quickly. She needs it solved discreetly. And solving it will almost assuredly require bloodshed.
Go on.
So I've got 2 on board for her plan. What about the other 3? Sahn, Benny, and Nerium haven't agreed yet.
Sahn's going to ask, and the alternative is to be hanged?
Yes.
Can
Benny
you
will
be
agree.
hanged? Like, you have weird insect neck. You don't have neck bones.
Neck breaks all the same, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, they can always decapitate him.
Ah, I guess that's true.
It's not like they're going to put you in a noose and it doesn't work. They'd be like, well, crap. I guess we give up.
Without
First
really
time.
thinking about it. Oh, sorry.
That's the premise of a Torchwood story. Oh my god.
Without really thinking about it, Benny will agree and then look back at Nazirr.
I mean, sure, I'm up for anything.
I will go along. However, the man with the scimitar should definitely be hanged because he just sliced that other man's neck through. So as long as that happens and everything is... And that way, all of this evens out.
She tells you that as part of payment for undertaking this task for her, if you put in a good word for any of the 5 men outside, she'll pass it along to the council. Otherwise, you can pretty much count on all of them dangling.
As long as the one who killed the other man is properly punished, I don't care what happens to the rest of them.
Okay. Do any of you have
Oh.
any good words to put in for them?
I mean,
Wasn't
No.
he the victim?
yeah, he
Kinda.
was the victim. Yeah,
And he still slashed someone else's throat.
yeah, he knew better.
Yeah. No.
Yeah,
I just want to
yeah.
make sure we're on the same page.
All
Yeah,
right.
Sarah has no good words. She wants them all.
Yeah, no good words. Please send
No
payment
good
to the deceit. Thank you very much.
COD.
She asks if any of you know of a creature called the Dragonel. It's up to you. It's up to you whether you have or not. They
Is
would
it
be
a sea creature.
no. They would be more common far over to the west, especially in dragon territories, so far up in the mountains. What a Dragonel basically is a small dragon, so still a large-sized creature, the size of a large warhorse, perhaps, that are trained as flying mounts. They are incredibly dangerous to keep aboard seagoing vessels. They're also incredibly dangerous to use against other seagoing vessels. She tells you that one of the other counselors is secretly and against the wishes of the rest of the council training Dragonels for flight near enough to the Kovnos that they could potentially pose a threat. She wants you guys to go out there and nip this problem in the bud before it gets to that point.
Sounds like fun.
And are you concerned about the flying creatures because they would unbalance things, or because there shouldn't be any to begin with?
Sahn, make me an insight check. How'd we do?
That's an insight of 5.
5.
Big ol'
Almost
5.
good.
She tells you, she describes what these creatures are able to do from the sky. They belch out hissing blobs of acid or alkaline, Raz, or whatever. Like, I'm not sure. I don't know. We're gonna open this bottle every single time acid damage gets dealt the whole campaign.
I talked to you about that once off stream. This is your
And I will
bed now.
remember it forever.
This is your bed now, sir.
No, they belch out these hissing jets of acid from some part of their anatomy. And these things, they tear through sails, they ruin decks. A ship can be brought down with just one of these creatures, working in tandem with a skilled rider. The woman doing the training is an orc named Stumek, and she can give you directions to where she believes Stumek is housing several of these creatures and training them in the woods north of the Kovnos. All she wants you to do is kill Stumek or drive her away.
Is
And
this a task that'll get us in trouble with our superiors, specifically Tenacity and her, very angry. She's a very angry person. I don't know if you've met her.
oh yes, this would get you in decidedly hot water, I should think. And that's why she reaches back onto a cushioned shelf and she pats her hand along a small red leather box. That's where your payment would come in.
It's one of the treasures.
Or at least
Benny says. Yeah.
She neither confirms nor denies that, just continues patting the box.
Well, that would clear us, certainly.
is it at least related to the thing? Also, I had you going for a minute, didn't I? Give her the finger guns.
So now Nerium's admitting everything.
Like, there's no sense in, like, drop the lie and move on to the next one when it doesn't work.
So we're all agreed to this scheme?
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're
Benny
only in
agreed.
trouble if we get caught. So let's not get caught.
Okay. She tells you that she'll give you leave to rest for the night. She knows that you've discharged magic and whatnot. You might have to... none of you took wounds at any point in that little skirmish,
Yes,
did you?
I did.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Yeah.
She slashed me for half my health.
What a dick.
Nerium's
I can
bleeding.
tend to that wound with another spell slot.
She also makes available to each of you, because I made a note that I was going to do this at the beginning of each adventure this campaign, and then I forgot last week. Anybody who doesn't already have at least one healing potion, she will grant you a healing potion to see this job done.
Okay.
That's going to be...
So we'll add that.
That's going to be like SOP every time you guys start out onto an adventure. If you don't have a healing potion, give yourself one, because whoever you're...
That's 2d4 plus nothing.
Could we game the system by, like, passing the healing potion over to the person to the next? Like, just everybody give their healing potion to one person, and then we go back in. It's kind of like selling equipment when you're making new characters in Etrian Odyssey.
Can you hear Prompto? Answer
yeah.
the question?
Prompto is
He's
Prompto
mad.
is
Prompto
very
is-
angry
Prompto
at
hates
you.
that idea.
Yeah.
He's
Yes.
very upset that Treble thinks he's found a dupe trick. No, you
Yeah.
can't game the system, you absolute jackass.
Well, if I was actually going to game the system, I wouldn't have told you.
Is the healing potion 2d4? Am I remembering that right?
2d4 plus 2.
2d4 plus
Plus
2.
2. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So y'all can go take the benefits of a long rest. She will either see that you're put up here in one of the private rooms of the Leaky Ladle, or you can go back and rest on the ship as you prefer.
How much is the
Nerium, I can give you a d4 plus 4 healing before.
Oh, okay, that
a long
gets me
rest.
up. Yeah, that fills
Do
me
you
up.
need?
don't
I
have
have. I have 1 point of lay on hands. I can just.
No,
throw
I
you.
mean, you
No.
can give it to me. Make me feel
Yeah.
better.
I am going
there
to
you go.
give reminders the first couple sessions, but I am eventually going to stop reminding. But whenever you take a long rest, if you're attuned to an artifact, you can roll a d4 to attempt to commune with the Atma.
Yeah, I'll do that.
I'm going to reach a point in the campaign where I'm just going to assume that if nobody tells me they're doing this, it's because they didn't want to and not because they forgot. You can commune with the Atma on a 4. That is a 2. Okay. So why don't we go ahead and take a little break here for 15 minutes. Go ahead and get your coffee, get your bagel. We'll reconvene at 4:10, and we will see a man about some dragonelles.
Oh, excuse me, hairball.
Nerium is a fucking hot mess.
Well,
That's how I like it, right?
like I told you, Nerium is going to if the answer to is Nerium going to lie, the answer to that question is yes. The answer to is it necessary for Nerium to lie is don't worry about it.
Treble, you somehow managed to also find another way to stress me out.
Well, don't worry, because when I hit level 3, I will never fail.
You
Because-
gotta hit level 3 first.
I gotta make it there first.
Yeah, and you're not doing a very good job of it so far.
I'm not. No, I am not. By God, I'm gonna bring you all down with me. I do want to point out that I actually recommended to people like several times that like, hey, it's a good idea to maybe be like a secondary face character, like, even if it's a thing you can only do like once per long rest.
Treble's goal is just to make my blood pressure go up every time.
We all agreed to let him be the face of the party this time.
And
That's on
yeah,
all of us.
we do have nobody else to blame but ourselves. So just wow.
Yeah. May you live in interesting times.
I have no snackies in the house, so today is
Oh
a
no.
bread with butter kind of lunch. Also, Prompto had managed to get himself completely stuck in his tug rope,
Oh no.
all the way over his front arms.
What? How? Oh, Prompto.
Puppy.
Your dog's not very smart.
I don't know how he did it. It shouldn't have been possible. He did not
Did you hate him?
enjoy being untangled, though.
Is that what the crying was about?
Yeah, this tug rope. So it's like a figure 8 kind of loop, and in the middle is this huge like rubber section. So it's like hard for dogs to chew up and destroy. So, and the thing is bigger than he is. So when he got himself stuck in one of the halves, he couldn't move.
Oh. Oh.
He couldn't.
Oh, poor thing.
It was really funny.
That's really funny.
I left him in there with the same toy, so I bet in an hour it happens again. I guess he'll learn.
Before we continue on, McDohl, I do want you to be aware that if I am too much of a hot mess for you, please let me know, and I will cool the mess down.
No, you're fine.
Just messy enough.
No.
I want you to know that the entire reason I wanted to play a character like this was because of Lucius.
Treble,
Well,
you turn it up to 10 to boil, and then you reduce to simmer. It'll be fine.
Lucius would have sucked that foot.
Oh, absolutely.
Lucius is a dirty boy, though.
Yeah, it's true.
I'm gonna have to change my flaw to take one for the team.
Oof.
Yeah.
That's a good flaw, though.
Yeah.
That's a great flaw.
But I like my current flaw. I mean, it's exactly in character with what I expected. So you're patting, who is it? Sarah patting Benny on the shoulder. I was already trying to figure out how I was gonna be the whipping boy. Like I didn't get there fast enough.
Well, our last Flumph character who was a whipping boy was a literal whipping boy.
Yeah,
I
he
am
was a
proficient
boy.
with a whip, so.
He was a boy who was whipped. He might actually I think Bernie might actually be the youngest Flumph character.
He was into it.
He was only like 16 or 17 years old, which is really old for a kobold.
Yeah. Well, Eric Coker are only like they die at 14 or something stupid, or they used to at least.
Yeah, they get to live normal human years now.
Yeah, now all the fantasy races are exactly the same, except they get like one ability that's different. That's the direction they have taken the game in. They didn't ask me for my input. I patterned Noose after the old school Tabashi from Volos, though, just because it's a better for character building, I think.
They didn't really change Tabashi too much. That was one of the races they didn't really change a whole lot. It was really just the monstrous races.
The biggest change was the way they handled the ability score improvements.
Mm-hmm.
Which, if you may not remember from years and years and years ago now, but like I already wasn't a big fan of the 5th edition change where like there were no negative racial adjustments for ability scores. They were all positive, but they still gave the races some character, right?
There was a few negatives.
Really?
They introduced the kobolds had a negative. I think they have like a negative back then.
In Volos?
Yeah, there's a couple in Volos that have negatives, but like we're talking like little, like minion races like kobolds and maybe goblins, and then they did change that.
I'm gonna fact check that.
I'm pretty sure that's true.
I'm gonna fact check it, and if you're wrong, you have to sing for us.
No. Veto.
Decline.
You do not want me to sing. I've told this story. I told this story to Buttface the other day because he's like, oh yeah, like, because he's doing that sea shanty, and he's like, oh yeah, like, please ignore my bad singing. I'm like, and I told him, I said, listen, let me tell you the story of how I almost ruined a friendship by singing. And basically, the story goes, we were driving to go to a mall. We were in high school, and a song that came on was very near and dear to my heart, because it reminds me of my dad, Hotel California, and I was belting it out. And then my literally my best friend in the whole world is sitting in the thing, and he's getting angrier and angrier and angrier. And then finally, when the song, like, at 15 minutes later, he's like just mad at me and he won't talk to me. And I said, "What is the matter?" And he got mad he said he was mad at me.
Wait, you sang a Hotel California for 15 minutes?
No, 15 minutes after the song.
Oh, okay.
He sat there mad. And
No, Treble's right. Kobolds and orcs both have,
Does that mean-
ability score
does that mean
reduction.
Does that mean you get to sing?
No, I'm impressed that
What's-
they did that.
What is the negative for orcs?
In 5e.
Yeah. Strength increases by 2, Constitution increases by 1, Intelligence reduced by 2.
Yep.
Kobolds are +2 Dexterity, -2 Strength. Those might be the only 2 races in this book that have...
Yeah, I think they're the only
Kobolds
two races.
also have sunlight sensitivity. That's another thing that's
Yes.
very rare for anybody to have like negative attributes like that.
That
But they-
almost sounds like a holdover from like a previous edition where they're just
Well,
copy pasted.
That was pretty early in 5th edition, and they also gave kobolds pack tactics to compensate.
Pack taxes. Yeah, you say early. I was running my 3rd Flumph campaign based on this book. Like I was already in the trenches by the time
Right.
that book came out.
Yeah, that was like year 5.
But no, I think like back in like 2nd edition especially, which is what I played most of before 5th. Like it just makes natural sense that some races have better attributes and worse attributes. Doesn't mean you can't be a strong hobbit. It just means that as a hobbit, you're less inclined to be strong, and the strongest hobbit won't be as strong as the strongest dwarf. That makes sense to me.
Oh, Mott's listening. He drew a picture of Nerium giving the finger guns.
Oh no.
Yeah. Nerium has her hair up in a bun. Just so you know, Mott.
Hamburger hair.
Your belt buckle is incredible.
Yeah. She picked it up.
That's fantastic.
Wait, do we get the hats before or after we go after these flying things?
Hats will be ready in 2 days. Yeah.
Oh god, we won't have the hats yet. This is going to be a disaster. I was counting on the hat for the flying things.
Do everybody back
We're
in?
gonna- We'll have to get some
I'm here.
loners.
Okay.
I'm here.
I think we're just waiting on Chris. But yeah, as of Monsters of the Multiverse, every non-PHB race, you just pick which ability scores you want to increase. Across the board. Everything is the
Like-
same now.
I get the purpose of like being as vague as they are in a book like Monsters of the Multiverse, but I
Mhm.
wish they still had the sections of like in Faerun, this is how these races act. In Eberron, this is because orcs in Eberron versus Faerun are 2 different things.
Right.
Yeah.
Like they have different like histories and they act differently. In Faerun, they're monsters, and in Eberron, they're people.
True.
So, like, give some examples, like, because they have situations where, like, both extremes are true. And, like, I don't know, just going in there and being like, yep, you can be an orc, good job, and then that's all the information you can get is, I don't know, I don't like it.
That's fine for some settings. Like, this setting, I didn't, like... I think this is the first Flumph campaign where I didn't, like, have a set of, like, these are, like, the 6 or 8 races available in this world for this setting that you have to
Yeah.
pick from.
This is Brookroad's furry fandom.
This is a furry fan. How many of you are actually furries?
Uh,
Me?
Do insect people
Adjacent.
count? I know that the
I think insects-
word for
If anything, I would guess insect or closer to scalies, but I don't know.
yeah, the word for if your fursona is a reptile like a lizard or a snake is scaly. I know that
Yep.
bit of information is in my head forever. Thanks.
what would you call a bug furry?
I don't know, honestly. That is
That's a-
like, and that's coming from me. So
That's
I
outside
declare
my
my
wheelhouse as well.
ignorance.
I'm googling it.
A
You have to
kite.
go to the Elder Furry Council and ask the High Furry?
Yeah, no, you gotta climb like
You gotta climb a
10,000
convention tower.
Here's
the 8,000 steps of the convention tower.
McDohl, here's the top answer as brought by Reddit. A disappointment.
You know that tracks.
Wow.
It's
Fuzzies? I don't know.
it's like climbing High Hrothgar in Skyrim, except it's a Except it's a furry convention tower.
I mean,
it's a furry convention.
That's got to be embarrassing to show up to the furry convention and you're like excited to meet everybody for the first time, but it's so happy like your persona is the one animal nobody likes.
Like you just, it's a pagoda like over in Final Fantasy VII. You have to climb, you have to fight like the example of every furry like fandom. So like the first floor is like the scalies, and then you work yourselves up to the.
Is that the end of the description? We're not going any further with that mental image.
That's as far as
I
is
literally,
necessary.
I couldn't think of any other like furry names. I'm sorry. I like. Like, I know 2 furry terms, furry and scaly, that's it.
I know a
You
few
can get
other.
by with pretty much that.
I know a few more, but I'm not going to say them on a live stream. I don't want to encourage that kind of behavior.
You literally had a PC licking your cat NPC's toes.
Tabashis are humanoids.
You did.
They're not furries.
Tabashis are 100% furries.
They're humanoids. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
Tabashi's are. Yeah, no, Tabashi. Yeah, no, Brickard. There's no plausible deniability here.
Yeah, my character coughed up a hairball after that. They're furries.
Oh my god. It's disgusting.
Brick Road hoist by his own petard.
Yeah, I gave up on my petard years and years ago. Are we still waiting on Chris, or is he back?
I'm back.
Oh, okay, there we go. Get rid of this blind fod. Okay.
Nazirr has his weird dream at the overnight. Has his weird dream of constellations and stars and
Disturbing.
yeah.
You're all
And
made of
he-
star stuff.
He can cast more magic now.
I feel like Ekon would have something to say about that.
I think that
Ekon's not here.
Ekon needs to keep into his own wheelhouse.
We know he's not here because he did chart his ship to go across the unknown sea. Yeah, that can't be.
He could be.
He's gonna show up. I got yelled at for having this song in the playlist.
Birdscape.
They direct you. You're directed to. If you go into the woods north of the Cosmos, there is no shortage of little ruined homesteads, abandoned logging camps, various types of industry that has tried to be started up to try to reap the bounties of the forest. The difficulty is that the forest gets very rugged very quickly and begins to climb over treacherous mountains and becomes extremely deadly. Within a day or two travel north of the Cosmos, you begin coming across particularly terrifying monsters. It's known to be accursed wood. This is where you're directed to go. About a day's journey to the north, you're supposed to find a woodsman's cottage that is built alongside of a stone ridge. You're told that her intelligence depicts a tunnel traveling through the ridge to a place on the other side, impassable through the woods itself, except if you were to fly over the ridge, I suppose,
By Dragon L.
where these dragonelles are being trained. This is what's supposedly happening. She wants you to go there. She wants you to either kill or bring to bear, like this orc woman Stumek, who's doing the training, and she wants proof that the dragonelles are dead. Any more shopping anybody needs to do the next day?
Nope,
I think I'm okay.
I'm good.
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm all set.
Okay.
Still upset about this hat situation.
Unless there's some plate armor I can just pick up for not 150,000 gold or whatever.
Plate armor count costs whatever it costs in the book. You are not getting a discount on plate armor, as far if I can have anything to say about it.
Gonna have Midge make you some.
She'll charge you extra.
Midge would make it for the cost in the book. She doesn't have an armor making proficiency though.
It takes weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks.
She's a
This is
cleric.
why-
She's a
She
cleric
has-
of the
She has
forge.
channel divinity.
Oh, if she
Yeah.
can, yeah.
Yeah, her channel
She can
divinity
snap her
would.
fingers and it's like halfway done.
Oh, okay, that helps.
Yeah.
I think she would just be lacking the skill because she's not an armorer. She is a carpenter and a brewmaster.
That was the main thing preventing Alex from just cranking out suits of plate armor.
Time.
All right. And just to confirm, Nazirr, you are keeping hold of the drum. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Does anybody do anything in particular as you head your way through the woods? The first day or so travel north is not considered to be particularly dangerous. A lot of foraging and hunting happens in this place. You might come across a few other people on leave from the Kovnos, or a couple of the men and women who just make their homes out in the wood, just kind of stay off the grid.
Man, we're just trying to make sure we have a safe track back we know where we are.
I didn't bring any provisions. I guess I should buy some in the town.
Yeah, you can get
I'll,
those in town.
okay, I'll knock off the silver for 2 days trails rations.
Everybody better do that if you want to eat tonight.
I think I've
got some.
Yeah, I've got rations. I can got rations. I can
Okay.
consume.
Mine are on the ship, so I guess I can go back to the ship and get it. So I'll just take
Yeah.
them out of that.
Take rations from the ship, that's fine.
You know what? I'll carry extra.
So, I mean, are you going down to the stores and taking them for yourself, or?
No, I have. Well, my starting equipment included rations, so basically,
Oh, okay.
Sahn has a small footlocker. He wears the key to around his neck. It has the things that he doesn't think he needs to carry on him on a day-to-day basis, which is basically camping supplies.
Okay.
It's the 10 days of rations. Doesn't need a bedroll, rope, tinderbox, torch, that kind of stuff. So he doesn't. Those are his only possessions that aren't on his person, but he can just easily grab those and throw them on his harness.
Yeah, you can row back to the deceit and pick all that up. Anything that's on your character sheet when you go out on the adventure, I'm assuming
Yeah,
you
it's
have
just
with you.
basically anything other than my weapons, I don't generally carry on me.
And just where it was described to you, you come across this woodsman's hut. It's old, it's dilapidated, long ago falling apart. One of the walls is rotted to the point where it has collapsed. At one point, it might have had a roof of overlapping tiles, but most of those have broken away now. And just kind of searching through the rubble, though, you do come across a wide, relatively good shape, a door. You pull away some of the debris. There's a wooden door set down into the floor of the back of this little hovel. You come across this place probably just before sunset of your first day of travel. It's up to you whether you want to go through here at night or whether you want to wait until the next morning.
Do we all have dark vision?
I think night's a good idea.
Oh, and Noose is with you, by the way. He came back out of the woodwork from wherever he hopes that you all enjoyed meeting Sweetie Bird, but he's already had the pleasure and didn't want to repeat the experience.
She make you lick her feet.
He says a gentleman never tells.
He liked it.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, I'll be glad to hear your story.
Wow.
And I'll just turn around and walk away and smirk at him.
Fucking wow. All right, making a note that Noose does not like Nerium, even a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're gonna have a lot of notes under Nerium, I think. Nerium like speaks, and in the top left corner, you just see everybody disliked that.
Everybody disliked that.
Back in the day, I used to have a buddy who worked at Blockbuster Video. We'd go in there and like rent movies during his shifts. And one day he's like, "Dude, come around and look at this." And I came around, and you could go into the system on the computer, and they could put little notes about people that came in and rent videos. So other like clerks
Yep.
at Blockbuster could see. There was this one
Yep.
guy who had like 3,000 notes, just the world's biggest jackass.
Yep. No, I worked at Blockbuster too. As a
Oh,
kid,
did you?
and we had a couple of people like that.
Pull up notes on the file.
What's great is the one that they're really bad is they have the black and gold like flashing text on those notes.
Wow, that's excessive.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like it just like no. Imagine like just imagine like DOS based input interface, and just like it's gold on black text.
Well, you know, it wasn't like a a spreadsheet or a UI. It was just DOS. just
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
the
yeah.
little double line ASCII boxes.
Yep.
Oh, gross. So,
yeah.
Noose hates Nerium now. Should I just mark off? I'll just mark Noose off the list here, and then, like when Nerium pisses everybody off, she wins a prize. I don't know.
Yeah, punch card.
Get a punch card. You get a free coffee.
Yeah, the bingo.
So
PC
yeah,
bingo.
you can go down into this tunnel. It's nighttime when you guys arrive, and your journey was long but uneventful. So you're a little tired, but you're not incurring any exhaustion penalties or anything.
Yeah.
Nothing's stopping you from waiting until morning, though, if you choose.
Well, I mean, this orc woman will likely be able to see us just as well as we could see her at night, so I don't see any difference between night or day.
Well, she may be sleeping at night, so it might be easier.
I mean, if we're
Good
gonna
point.
sneak in and slit her throat, then let's just go sneak in and slit her throat.
What about the dragonelles? Do they, like, when do they slumber?
They have to be put to death too, I thought, right? Isn't that what Sweetie Bird said?
I will let somebody make me a nature check to try to answer that
Okay.
question.
I'm
got
gonna
nature.
just.
Anybody who'd like to try to make a nature check.
I got a +3. What's yours?
I would also allow animal handling at disadvantage.
I'll take it at disadvantage.
Can we all make this check?
Yeah,
Okay.
Is it 17?
17 is pretty good. Can anybody beat a 17?
12.
No.
Nazirr does with a disadvantage. It's a 19.
Nazirr. Probably from Nazir's time. That was what, animal handling?
Yeah.
Probably from Nazir's time serving in the Black Arrow. Then there might, like, you can imagine a contingent of orc dragon riders serving the clan.
Mm-hmm.
Jump really high.
Naturally, they are daylight creatures. They're animals of animal intelligence, so they're not truly dragons. They don't have speech, and they have to be trained like animals. But they're daylight creatures. They hunt in the day, and they rest and nest at night, but they can be trained to operate at any hours. They have no difficulty seeing in moonlight.
Mm-hmm. No, I'll break that out after rubbing my head for a moment.
Okay?
Did they stick that in your brain too?
No, maybe, I don't know.
In fact, riding air-based is a proficiency you can take that would allow you to ride a dragonelle if you could tame one.
Word.
Of course, I have a long and storied history of murdering animal companions, so... So we're going in at night, or we're waiting until the next day?
I see we going at night.
When is our shore leave over?
They were giving you a couple of days. It's a pirate ship, not a Navy vessel, so it's not like you're adhering to a strict schedule to come back.
Whenever Noose gets back, I suppose.
Basically, they probably give a few days, then put the word out, and anybody who's not aboard the ship when Tenacity's ready to sail off again will just be assumed that, I guess they're not on the crew anymore. You know that if you watch the CGP Grey video.
Yeah.
They show people like just leaving in the middle of the night. That's
Yeah.
different.
If a
Yeah,
man,
you really should watch that CGP Grey video.
if he trusts not the captain or the crew, he is free to go. Coming out of the little tunnel, you guys are along this path. So you're coming out of the side of the mountain here. The tunnel goes down 10 steps or so, very narrow, no wider than 3 or 4 feet. So the burly men amongst you kind of have to shoulder your way through at points, scrape your armor against the wall. And you reach the end, and it just looks like a dead end. There's not literally a sign that says secret door here, but you were told that the tunnel went somewhere, and this tunnel doesn't.
Zero will
Do you
Step
want to go first, Nazirr?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here, let's get rid of these guys. Don't need them anymore. Let's give you a noose.
So how long is the tunnel?
You walked the tunnel for probably a good 12, 15 minutes. It was a little ways.
Okay.
And there are no lights in here. Whoever uses this tunnel has decent dark vision. But none of you are dwarves, so you do not know the exact slope or grade.
And what's the end like?
Because it's just a dead end, just a stone wall at the end.
Is it like magically disguised?
No, it's just a stone wall.
Somebody investigate the wall. I will delegate.
Someone with an intelligence score. I'll put perceptions on you.
Yeah, I'm also going.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it. And I'll take
Alright.
a
Yeah, I just got a +1 to investigate.
same.
Can I help?
I mean, the hallway's only wide enough for one person to stand there.
Okay.
I didn't ask for a roll. I don't know what he's rolling.
Oh, I thought you were. Okay.
You can roll if you want, if it makes you feel better. Like I don't want to ruin your fun, McDohl. No,
Yeah,
Nazirr,
no, I'm
you
gonna-
step forward, and as soon as you put your hands on the wall, it has some give to it. You realize that you could push it outward.
Oh, it's just a door. That's good.
Yeah. Yeah, Nazirr. You know what? Probably want to be quiet going through here. Yeah, I will attempt to be quiet as I go through here.
Okay. You know what? I don't need to. I'll just do this.
I was thinking the same thing.
Hell yeah.
No.
Excellent.
Great.
Excellent. Beautiful.
Give me a dexterity athletics check, Nazirr. The idea here is you're trying to be careful to open this door without causing any sound, but it's a stone door and it'll be scraping against the stone floor.
You do have bardic inspiration and whatchamacallit.
Yeah.
So you use it because I see that 4 you rolled.
The dice are committing violence against me today.
They're committing violence against everybody.
That's an 11.
An 11? So, yeah, the door scrapes against the floor a little bit. And as it does, you hear sleepy, monstrous sounds from inside, as though you've roused something from its slumber. Maybe we need a dungeon playlist for this? There we go. What's next?
And Nazirr will step through very quietly.
Give me a stealth check. It's dark in here. No source of light whatsoever.
Uh, 10.
10. Nazirr, stepping into this small room. You have dark vision, yes? I think everybody in this group does.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Including Noose, I believe. So stepping out into the room, it's a small stable built directly into the side of the other side of the ridge. The huntsman's cottage was on one side. You guys went through a tunnel that took you through to the other side. And off to your left over here, these are just supports holding up the roof. There's not actually a door. There's not like big barn doors or anything closing it off. The roof itself is braced with wood. Looks like it's covered in thatch. And you're just looking out into this area on the outside where a very large path running parallel to the stable has been cleared away of rocks and debris and rubble and wood logs and things. Off to your right, you hear the heavy breathing sounds and now and again a rustle of chain. You see 4 stables.
Turn around back to Ssah'ra, hold up 4 fingers, and then finger to his lips.
Ssah'ra nods and then slithers to the side. Somebody quieter should go in.
So Nazirr, you're stepping outside?
I'm stepping to the side so somebody who doesn't have disadvantage on stealth checks can go in.
So Nazirr stepping outside. You're standing in the shadow of this water trough, sitting in front of the stable. Give me a perception check, active perception.
So Sahn is going to take an action to match the molting of his skin to the color of the area.
Okay.
And then I'll try and move in. I do have advantage on hide checks to not be seen, but not like quiet movement. So this is just normal for trying to be quiet. Is
Okay.
a 18.
By the way, this map and these creatures come to us courtesy of the Shadow of the Dragon Queen Dragonlance source book, so I'm checking that book off my list. I have officially used it for the campaign.
Yay!
Gotta get Dragonlance out of the way somehow.
Yeah, get rid of it. Yes, anybody who's coming beyond the stone door into the room, if you want to remain quiet, you're going to have to give me a stealth check. How'd that perception check go, Nazirr?
That's an 8.
An 8. Okay.
I rolled a 2, so normally really good at this stuff, but violence upon me with these dice.
So like, is this stable inside of a cave or is it outside?
No, it's a structure built into the side of the ridge. When you guys come out of the tunnel, you're effectively exiting the cage. So where Sahn is standing is underneath a thatched roof of the stable overhead, and Nazirr has walked out the front of it.
So we just locate this orc lady and then we burn down the stable with the dragons in it, right?
Yeah,
Sounds like they're chained up. We got to bring part of them back.
Well, we can take a charred corpse back with us. Some bones.
If they're chained up, isn't it easier to
I'm
just
gonna
take them out
mind
now?
link to Nazirr and ask if there's any sight of anything out there.
Nazirr, it's pretty dark. Looking around, you don't see you can't see color or details, but yeah, you've got this long path that doesn't lead anywhere on either end. And looking...
Nazirr says over the telepathy, nothing out here from where I can see.
I just noticed there is a wind sock on the map. I kind of love that.
I'm gonna pull up beside Nazirr and try and make an active attempt to hide.
That makes sense. This is a rural airport. That's exactly what this is.
So that's like a 24 on hide.
Oh, we're going to stick with your 18 that you already rolled.
Well, that was from moving. Like it's different between. It's different if they're trying to see me or hear me, which is annoying.
Oh, because... Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, because I have advantage on not being seen because I match the colors of my environment.
Gotcha. So yeah, that would necessarily... no. Hold on. Okay. So yeah, you sneak up. Give me a perception check as you come outside.
You got it. So perception of big old 4.
Okay. Yeah, because the space where Nazirr is, he's kind of hunkered down behind this water trough, but you're kind of standing out in the open.
Yeah, I'm standing. Yeah.
All right.
Go for it.
Can you give us bardic inspiration first? Or a
You'll be
guidance?
fine.
They might hear it from
Yeah,
here.
that would be pretty loud.
Yeah, I have to make noise to give bardic inspiration.
I had a player in my other group. Her policy was never to give bardic inspiration to anybody who asked.
Benny, we're gonna need a guidance from you to get across.
Yeah,
can't
let's
cast
get a
spells.
stealth check from Nerium.
All right, let's go. Big numbers. All right, that's not too bad. That is a 16.
16. Okay, so you creep into the room. You hear the creatures breathing off to one side. You see...
Nerium will like go to like make her way, and then she'll like Nazirr and Sahn and everybody's like watching her go forward, and then they see her eyes drift to the side,
Stop.
and then she's going to peek.
Peeking
Here or
around.
here?
Right there. Peeking into
This
the
is where she was
small
going
room.
anyway.
Looking at the creature, it looks like a small dragon. It's kind of coiled up on the ground upon 4 legs, and it has wings folded along its back. Long curled tail curled up under it. It's got this little nest of hay here in the back of the room. Around its neck, down at the base of its body, are wrapped with clean bandages. And right on the wall next to you, as your shoulder kind of brushes past it, looks at first like a bag of feed or something, but as your shoulder brushes past it, it feels inside that there's something bulbous, like a sack of liquid. But it's tied off in this bag of sackcloth hanging from the wall on a high nail.
It's on this side of the wall.
Right,
Like,
right there. Yep, you got it.
So these are. I'm assuming these stable walls go all the way to the ceiling.
Yes.
Okay. Like, so Nerium didn't want to go anymore, but is it just hanging on a nail?
It's just hanging on a nail. The creature is
Nerium
chained up, but it's laying in such a way that you can't see what the chain is attached to.
Right. Okay. I'm going to grab as quietly as I can. I'm going to grab the bulbous thing.
Okay, and you put your hands under it, and
See how heavy it is.
you know those like little like Orbeez, those little like soap balls. Like imagine one of those the size of a pumpkin.
That would be so awesome.
It would be awesome. That's kind of what this feels like. You get your hands underneath it. You're like, oh, this is what my breast implants felt like before they put them in.
Yeah.
You just hear her go, awesome.
But it's also very heavy. It's filled with something. So lifting it up on off this nail to hold this sack, like you'd have to carry it in both hands for sure.
Right. Do I think I could get it off of the Nerium is suffering from the Veritas family affliction of noodle arms.
Yep.
So
It's going to require a successful athletics check, DC 10, or you'll drop the object.
oof. She knows when not to push her luck.
Okay.
So she's going to gently lay it back down. She just wanted to see how big it was, what it was, how heavy it is.
Yeah, and it's not laying on the ground. It's resting against
Yeah.
the stable wall. And
Is it
looking
magical?
down, you see another one pinned here, and here, and here.
Are the orbs magical in any way?
They're not, no.
Okay. And then she is going to sneak over, back up this way.
So you can exit the stable anywhere along this wall. There's not a doorway
Right.
they've walked through.
She's gonna go up to Sahn and she's gonna whisper to him what she saw. The little orbs. She's gonna describe the chain, but she doesn't know what they're chained to. And then she couldn't tell what they were chained to. And then the orbs.
All right, you bastard. Last chance. Give me an active perception check, Nerium.
All right, yeah, that's why I stepped up here. All right, here we go. That is a 11.
11. Roll initiative.
Oh, good. I don't have to roll stealth after all.
Yeah,
I was
this-
preparing to.
Don't forget, you're rolling for noose as well.
I'll get it.
Look at that fat 3.
We'll keep green on the board. And we'll grab a Trogdor.
Door!
Why do I have
So
this?
big.
I don't know. I could not tell you.
The second question is, why did you put it on the table?
Will he fit?
Clearly it
Oh,
was
there you go,
this.
Okay. In my picture-in-picture, it looks like he moves on 9, 8, and 7,
He gets
which
three,
is
three
actually
attacks.
terrifying.
Well, in the Trogdor board game, he doesn't die. He rage quits.
Yeah. I keep meaning to get a copy of that because I love
It's
I
fun.
love me
It's
some
cute.
Trogdor. I mean, I've watched videos like on YouTube people playing it. It's like the little tile based card game where you like build a little village or whatever.
Yeah.
It looks cute. I like it. And my wife likes games like that. She doesn't care about Trogdor, but all
I mean,
right.
You could just.
But it's a full table cooperative game, so which is neat.
It gives you a chance to throw out all of your Homestar references.
Who wants to get killed?
Oh, me.
Sahn is up first, so he might do some killing.
Oh well, Sahn is surprised.
Well, then it would be yellow.
Actually, I was first, but yeah.
Noose is way back here in the tunnel still.
Why is Noose orange?
Listen,
Yellow to me.
he had a lot of opium.
He's Garfield now.
And he,
Mondays, am I right?
he hates Mondays.
If it's
Noose is
a
surprised.
Noose is
it's
surprised.
not Old Benny.
Benny's surprised.
Alright, green.
Green.
Holding an action.
Nazirr.
Is surprised.
Trogdor, the Burninator.
Excellent. Now, the question is, do I kill Nerium or Sahn? Like, there are two wolves inside of me, right?
Hot.
One is like, we need to switch to the battle music. The other one is like, don't you dare switch away from Corridors of Time.
Right.
So, Time to kill Nerium.
Okay. Well, I just want you to know
Almost over.
my backup character is way more annoying.
Nerium.
Yep.
I have a 21 to hit.
Yes.
Actually, I can roll that at advantage because you don't see what's attacking you. Okay, it didn't turn into a crit, which is probably good for you. You have how many hit points?
11.
Whew.
You didn't give me enough experience to level up to 2.
When am I no longer surprised?
At the end of your turn. So
Okay, so I'm not surprised right now.
Correct.
Like, I could take a reaction if I could see something, which I can't.
you can't at the moment, no.
Okay.
So Nerium, you have 11 hit points.
Yeah.
So 22 hit points would be enough to kill you with System Shock.
Yes. So am I dead?
20 points of acid damage.
Uh-huh.
Ooh.
Jesus.
As a blast
Not dead yet.
of hot acid explodes at your legs, flashes up your body. As a dragonelle comes flying out of the sky with a rider upon its back. At that, the rider is going to use its held action to fire her crossbow at Sahn, because she probably can't see Nazirr behind that trough. Not getting advantage this time because Sahn, you can see what's attacking now.
Mm-hmm.
I have a 19 to hit.
Go ahead. Are they within 30 feet or 60 feet?
Yes, she's
Go
riding
ahead
the
and
Berminator
roll
here.
again with Siphon Salience.
That turns it into a 3 to hit.
All right, and I'll give myself advantage.
So yeah, she lowers crossbow, fires, clatters on the ground behind you in the stable, and then she stows the crossbow, gets out her sword and shield. Very clearly hostile. And at the sound of the exploding acid and the orc woman crying out something about death to interlopers, the other creatures in the stables begin to rouse. Who's next?
That would be Nerium.
Is making a death saving throw.
No, I'm like way at the bottom. Oh,
Yeah,
we
that's-
skipped
Yeah,
Nazirr?
we're at 5.
I was on Trogdor.
yeah, that was Trogdor's turn.
Yeah. We're all
Oh, okay.
surprised.
Yeah, okay. Come on, natural 20. That's a fail.
Okay, so one failed death save.
Yep.
Sahn is also surprised. Or Ssah'ra.
Rough. And then it's back up to Sahn.
All right. That was a fun surprise turn.
Yeah.
You almost got Treble out, right?
If I want to grab her and pull her back into the tunnel, that's my action, right? The grapple.
Yes.
I think I'm gonna have to do it. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. That's pretty much as far as I can go. I'll move to here.
Okay, so you're just dragging her back away from the
Actually,
hostile
I'll make
orc
sure
lady
I'll
with a
stay
longsword?
here to do some cover. Do I have any useful bonus action? I don't think so. Nope. That's the end of my turn.
All right, who's next?
Yellow.
That's Noose. Noose is y'all.
What y'all thinking? You think Noose needs to back off, or are we gonna try to tussle?
I'm gonna swap Noose's orange token with his yellow one so that we're consistent.
No longer got a case of the Mondays.
I'm just asking for some input, guys, because I'm not.
I don't think
well-
Sahn would rush in. Does he have
No,
any
you-
ranged attacks, or is he all melee?
Noose
I
is,
think-
Yeah,
Noose is probably all melee, isn't he?
He has a dagger he can throw.
Yeah, that's way too close, or that's way too far away to throw with a throw dagger. Yeah, no. Noose is like, this looks like we bit off more than we could chew. I guess he's like, do we back off or what?
Well, who's in charge of Noose right now?
Dodge.
He's going to dodge there?
He's gonna dodge
All right, who's next?
until the.
After Noose is old Benny.
Benny will kneel down and try to treat Nerium's wounds and apply lay on hands for 1.
1.
Just one?
I mean, I only have 5. It's just to get you up, right?
If you want to get the full heal, you gotta let Benny suck your feet.
Yeah.
Who's next?
Well, I'm gonna
Well,
move then.
If you don't want the 1 hit point, then
Yeah.
you don't
Yeah.
need it. Gosh.
3,
After Benny is
4,
green.
5. Yeah, I'm gonna stand here. After treating Nerium.
Okay.
Green's turn.
Green's turn. Nazirr.
Hey,
The orc lady. Dressed in scale mail, holding a sword and shield. She's got her crossbow looped at her hip. Holds her sword out in front of you. She's going to give you 1 chance to give a satisfactory answer to your question, or she's going to use her action to attack you. She wants to know who sent you.
Council of Cats.
Wrong fucking answer.
Yeah.
All right. I'll see if I can kill 2 PCs this combat. I have a 14 to hit.
Don't think that hits.
No? And a 13 to
No,
hit.
it does not.
She closes in with her longsword, and you deflect the blade once into the open air and then once directly into the water trough next to you.
Yep.
That's it. Who's next?
That would be Trogdor the Burninator.
The Burninator.
Oh, wait, no,
No,
that was
Nazir's
Nazirr.
next.
Nazirr goes first. Sorry.
A man's over here trying to get me killed. Is her wyvern on the ground?
Yes. It came in for a landing and she leapt off of its back. And you can see it's got all the accoutrement of a flying mount. It's got bit and bridle and a saddle. All the good stuff.
If I get over here, I can cast Erupting Earth with the drum.
Yeah, you sure can. Because that is just... I mean, it's just packed soil underneath you.
What's the range on that?
That's a 20-foot cube around me.
Oh boy.
So... that's going to affect Nazir's space, will it not? Because he's within 10 feet.
Oh,
Or not Nazirr, Benny.
Benny. Yeah.
Looks like your options, if you
Yeah.
want to use it, are either catch Benny or risk the OA.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I am not gonna risk the OA because she swung at me twice, and that's scary.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, sorry, Benny. I got to do it. I need.
All right. How many blips do I
need-
have?
So because you're invoking the ability, I'm affording you 1 AP for the drum.
Yep.
That's how
I
we gonna
need
work.
Benny. I need Trogdor, and I need this orc woman to make a dexterity saving throw.
And then go ahead and draw me out the radius, because I think this becomes difficult terrain hereafter.
Yeah.
Oh, them some saves right there, my dude. We're looking at what, a dex save? How about a 4?
Dexterity saving throw. Yep.
How about a
What do I
4 and a
have to-
3?
What do I have
Both
to
are
roll?
fails.
Yeah.
What do I have to roll? What's
It's
the DC?
12.
I spend 2 blips to reroll.
Ooh, the blips are coming out.
17.
Actually, with Erupting Earth, it would be the 10-foot cube or 20-foot cube surrounded around me, right?
Right, but it's centered on you, which means it would extend into this square.
Yeah.
Because you're standing here, not here.
Yeah. So it would be more kind of like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
It's just, I'm always going to err on the
Really hard
side.
to center something on this.
I got you.
I'm always going to err on the side of catching PCs in AoE attacks because I think it's funny. So what's the results of the spell then?
3d12 bludgeoning damage.
That's a lot of damage.
Yep.
3d12, really? Wow.
Well, you
level
can't kill me
30 it's a
outright. Thank
Third
you.
Third
level
level
spell.
spell.
Could be
Any-
fireball.
23 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oof. Okay.
We cut that in half when we passed the save, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Right.
I take 11 and I'm still standing.
And that space is now difficult, and that area is now difficult
Somehow.
terrain.
Okay.
Do it for Benny.
And that was an action. My bonus action, Nazir's body begins to flash as he glows with the constellation of pattern that is formed as the wind blows over the sand.
Are you gonna say that every time?
I absolutely am.
Oh no.
So somewhere, sometime, Nodal is nodding.
So you don't need to like use your spell focus or anything in order to channel the constellations.
Yeah,
right?
it's burning.
Just
It's
happens.
burning the wild shape.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
In order to use Erupting Earth, your hands have to be operating the drum. But yeah, no. Stumek, when the earth erupts underneath her, throws her from her feet. Her head crashes against another gout of rock that is formed up in front of the stable. Just brains her completely. She is done. The dragon as well. The dragon wrestles itself to the ground, shaking off the dust. Yeah, definitely didn't like that.
Nazirr is glowing with a light in a 10-foot radius and dim for another 20.
Okay.
Easy target.
Who's next?
Yep.
After Nazirr, then it's the dragons.
Dragon's turn. Okay. I thought this was a recharge. It's not a recharge. I can just do this every round.
Oh, come on.
That's insane. I kind of
We're
love it.
prone if it's a ranged attack.
Oh, did you pull it? Did you pull this one out of the Tome of Beasts?
No, this is from the Dragonlance book. Like I said, it can use its breath weapon every round. I don't know what to tell you. It's no, he's gonna do it to Nazirr because Nazirr, I have a 9 to hit.
9 does not hit.
You know what? That's why I can do it every round because it's not a saving throw. It's a to hit.
It's to hit. Yeah.
So
that
yeah,
makes
the
sense.
thing. How far away can it get? Backs off to the other side of the runway, screeches at you with its elongated neck after you drop its master on the other side, and then belches this gout of acid that just explodes against the erupting earth all around you, and misses. This creature steps to the edge of its chain. Nazirr,
There.
I have a 19 to hit you.
That'll hit.
Same thing. Cranes out its neck and belches forth. But as it does, nothing comes out. And the thing whips its head around. You hear a gagging, choking sound inside of its throat as it recoils in pain. And then this one does the same thing. And then this one does the same thing. And then this one does the same thing. Standing in this position, their chains are taut behind them. But they're all angry that you've murdered their master, and none of them are able to shoot gouts of acid at you for unknown reasons. They all tried, though. Who's next?
That would be Nerium.
That was scary.
Nerium stands up.
Sure.
She brushes herself off. The burns, like in her new pirate clothes, are all burnt to shit.
Yeah, it sucks.
And then she's going to limp over with her 1 hit points. And so these are 5-foot squares.
Yes.
50 feet. The range on this spell is 60 feet. May I please have a wisdom saving throw? Your DC is 14 from this guy? From Trogdor A?
I have a 14.
Okay, that is exactly correct. Probably fair. He takes 7 points of psychic damage, which he can cut in half, so 3.
Okay.
And he is not compelled to use his reaction to run away.
so he will not.
And bonus action. Sahn,
Mm-hmm.
take a dice.
Okay.
Where's Destil? Here you go, Destil.
He's hiding over there.
And I'm just going to limp back into the cave.
Fair. Who's
That's the
next?
end of my turn.
All right. Ssah'ra's turn. $30 gets me on the same spot with Benny, but I guess
That's difficult terrain. By the way.
Yeah, the square's difficult terrain.
Okay, that's fine because on this side of you is not in the corner.
Yeah, that's fine. Skirting around the edge of the erupted earth there.
Yeah, that's all the movement I have. And that is well, maybe. What's the range on that? Hold on. I can try and use a crossbow on the dragon. So is it going to take me a full action to switch from a crossbow back to a sword and shield or polearm?
No, just attack with whatever you want, but whatever you attack with, that's what's in your hand at the end of the round. That's kind of how
The
I
shield
do it.
does take an action to equip or remove.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, I have to constantly remind about that.
No, we're just going to dodge instead.
Just gonna dodge there. All right, who's next?
Yeah, that's my action. Next up is Sahn.
I've got 100 feet of range. Is there any reason I wouldn't have a normal shot on this? I don't have disadvantage or anything.
Nope, no reason at all.
All right, so advantage from Siphon. So that'll hit an armor class of 21, and let me know if that's not high enough.
That hits.
All right.
God, that's a DM horror story. Second session of the game, we're all level 1. Creature has an armor class of 23.
I already got my DM horror story comment ready.
That'll deal 6 piercing damage.
And the thing is bloodied as Sahn levels his crossbow at it.
I think I'm pretty okay over here. Gonna move back a bit to give Nerium some more cover as I reload my crossbow.
Okay, who's next?
Yella. Noose.
Noose.
Okay, I guess we're doing this. 5. You know what, Noose can feline agility here. And he is going to do some swashbuckly stuff.
Cool.
Does he have the thing where he can leave? Yeah, fancy footwork. Yeah, he can do that. Oh, when he lands, because I thought because the swashbuckler ability, so whenever he makes an attack, he can leave.
Whenever he lands an attack, I think is the wording. Like, he has to hit with the
Okay.
attack in order to do it safely.
Okay, that's just that's different from what the wording was when I was playing Milos. So
Oh, that's how it was supposed to work. That's how I played my swashbuckler back in the day. Is that not
okay,
what the
well
books...
we'll deal with that later.
Go with whatever
I'll
it says
play-
on the
I'll
card.
play it. Yeah, I'll play it as the card says. That is a 19 to hit.
19 does hit.
With a rapier, he's going to be dealing some damage. Ooh, spicy. 17 points of piercing damage.
And the first one is bloodied. It cries out his pain as Noose sticks it in between the scales with the rapier.
And he can back off freely with his feline agility. And that's going to end Noose's turn.
All right, who's next?
It's on you.
Benny's gonna patch himself up with his lay on hands.
Use the other 4 on himself.
Yeah, this is why I only gave 1 to Nerium. Yeah. God, how far can I get here?
You have a
Sorry.
potion.
I do have a potion. That's probably coming next. 1, 2, 15. Is this difficult terrain right here?
Yes. There is a green line there.
20, 25. Yep, that's probably the best I can do.
Just moving out there, not.
I can't get any closer.
Well, he had to
Lay on
he
hands
had
is
to
their
take
action.
an action to
Oh,
lay
I
on
had to
hands
use my
himself.
action to lay on hands myself.
All right, who's next?
After Benny's gonna be green.
Can't get there either way.
Green's dead.
Green's turbo dead.
Green done got her earth erupted.
You murdered
Well.
her.
Nazirr, that's on you then.
Okay, Nazirr is going to hold out one hand and fire a beam of light that's going to hopefully strike the dragon.
Let's see.
I'm gonna laugh if this is like a side project set up by Tenacity.
It's a 16.
A
To hit.
16 will hit.
Let's see. So that is a d8 plus 4 damage. Same damage that Noose is dealing with his rapier.
So basically, Druids just get sneak attack now. Great.
No.
No, it's
No.
just a bonus action deal an extra die of damage.
Yep. Yeah, it's an action. Yeah,
It
that's
doesn't-
going to be.
It doesn't scale like sneak attack.
Yeah, it's going to be 9 points of radiant damage.
Okay.
And then for my action, I'm going to cast a cantrip, and that's going to be Thorn Whip.
Do you have range on Thorn Whip from that
I-
distance?
I do. I've measured it. It's 30 feet.
All right. Great.
And that is another 19 to hit.
19 will hit.
3 points of piercing damage, and he is pulled 10 feet toward me.
Okay.
Just get all these free uses of guiding bolts.
After Nazirr is Burninator.
Okay. I get 10 squares to do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So, takes the wing, swipes forward,
Gonna
swipes
fly by hit.
at Benny with his claw. That's going to be an 11 to hit.
That's a miss.
Swoops around, does the same thing with Nazirr. Ah, that's a 20 to hit.
20 does hit.
12 points of slashing damage.
Ooh, Nazir's up.
So knocks Nazirr to the ground, and then gets 3 squares clear, lands here, and whips back around towards you.
Said Nazir's up or down?
Up?
Nazir's
Oh,
up.
I thought he said he's down. Oh, okay, well.
Yeah.
Nope. Nazirr has 1 hit point.
Nazir's also, it should be noted, is standing on top of the corpse of the thing's master, which is probably not doing any favors with the creature.
Oh yeah, probably not. Probably not. But
I'm going to give each of them a strength check at disadvantage. Not athletics, just straight strength. They don't have athletics anyway. The Dragonels in the stable are straining against their chains, but for now, at least, all the chains hold. Who's next?
After that would be Nerium.
All right.
Nerium, you've got the only hit point that matters.
That is correct.
so does Nazirr.
It's Nazir's.
We're sharing the same hit point.
No, we're breaking it in half like a cookie.
Serrated like a graham cracker, you just gotta snap it.
Yep. I need a wisdom saving throw from this guy, from the one outside.
It's gonna be a 12.
Okay, he fails. This is just a vicious mockery.
Okay,
So he takes 3 psychic damage,
good.
and he has disadvantage on his next attack.
Okay.
And that's my action. My bonus action is 4. Sahn's already got one. I'll go ahead and give it to. This is for Noose.
Okay.
McDohl. That's for Noose.
Oh, you're giving him a bardic inspiration?
Yeah, that way because he needs it to disengage. So, and that is the end of my. And then I'm going to hide like a very brave lead from the front bard behind these barrels.
Very good. Who's next?
That'd be Ssah'ra.
Sarah.
Stupid ground. So Sarah is gonna go take care of the ones down here, I guess.
Excellent. This one, your next two, is pretty badly bloodied at this point.
Excellent, because I don't have movement to get to the other one.
This is
So
from Tunic, isn't
I'm
it?
just gonna move these slightly so they're all in squares
It sounds like it, yeah.
based on their feet.
Yeah, that's fine.
So we're gonna go ahead and attack with a longsword and shield.
Good.
Oh, I
Maybe.
saw that 20.
Almost. Does a does a 14 hit?
Sure does.
Oh, okay.
That's a great thing about being a fighter. Right, is eventually you get like plus like 15 to attack.
What do you mean eventually? I have archery style.
Right. It's
Yeah.
like it's pretty quick.
That's gonna be 11 points of slashing damage.
Yeah, you slash this thing through the bandage on its neck, which is now starting to seep with its black blood. Moving or staying put there?
Is it up or down?
Oh, it's still up, but it's badly bloodied. This thing's been sneak attacked and had its neck hacked at.
I guess we will shift around to protect the lying liar that lies, since I don't want to need an opportunity attack.
These are just CR3 monsters, so they've got a decent amount of hit points. You're not supposed to throw these at a first level party. Especially not 5 of them.
Thanks.
So are you in this square or this square? Which square are you in?
Yeah, I've got him here.
Okay.
So you're leaving the thing start range?
No, I don't want to.
Okay, then you're in that square.
Stupid 3D models.
And this is why we stopped using 3D models in Tabletop Simulator years and years and years ago. For those of you wondering why I always use the little Parcheesi pieces, now you know.
Might be able to make it.
No, they're large.
they're
They're
medium
large.
sized-
These are large creatures.
Okay.
They're taking up 4 squares, but most of their body is back
Oh.
in the stable.
I didn't realize they were taking up 4 squares. I would have put them on the intersections.
Oh yeah, they're about the size of a war horse. Like they're big enough
Okay.
for you to comfortably ride. Who's next?
Sahn is next.
All right, so I can move to here, take another shot at this one.
Sure,
That hits an armor class of 22,
that'll hit.
dealing 9 piercing damage.
And that's enough. With a hellish screech, you put another crossbolt in the thing, and it slumps over dead.
Move back into cover and keep reloading.
Great. Who's next?
Yellow noose. Stick it.
Well, let me say this.
Hmm.
Because these things are chained, I mean, do you guys want to play it out on initiative and fight them that way?
Think we just say that we kill them?
Well, they have a chance to get off their chains, is the thing.
Yeah.
So do you want to keep going like
I
this?
think it'd be best. I think it'd be best to do that. Yeah, to
Okay, yeah, go ahead and
Play it out.
have News take his turn.
play it out as is.
Yeah.
This is gonna move over here and attempt to relieve this thing of its life. Oh, that's a nat 1.
That's not going to hit nothing.
Uh,
Speaking of
Inspiration's
offhand-
not gonna.
bonus action disengage.
Okay. Makes sense. Who's next?
Be old Benny.
Who's out in no man's land. 5, 10,
You tried.
15, 20, 25. I'm definitely getting the you tried star today.
He's getting his cardio in, that's all.
Yeah.
You are contributing to this combat.
I think I'll chug my potion.
Okay.
No, gluing party members back together definitely helps. Gives us the action economy.
Yeah.
Green is dead, so Nazirr, you're up.
I heal 6. That's good.
Nazirr moves closer to Benny, and he's gonna open his mouth, let out a screech like a bird of prey, and fire a beam out of his chest.
Gross. Do it.
A beam
it's
of
like a Care Bear.
starlight. That is a 7 to hit.
7.
No, I'm sorry, not a. No, that make that a 9 to hit.
9 will not hit.
Then, yeah, let's go ahead and point my finger at it. And yeah, that was my attempt at guiding bolt, and it didn't work. So that's a 16 to hit for Star Ray.
16 will hit.
Let's see. It's gonna be. Sorry, new character sheet. Who dis?
Yeah, they're not just new characters. You guys were not using these particular sheets in the previous campaign, so they're not what everybody's used to. Well, we used them for 12 weeks in Flumph Jammer.
Yeah, we did use it for Flumph Jammer.
So really, you have no excuse.
Yeah.
Okay.
5 points of radiant damage.
And that's enough. The first one lets out its death cry, and the chain rattles one last time.
And that's gonna end my turn.
Okay, who's next?
After Nazirr, it's gonna be dragons.
All right. Yeah, let's...
Throw some strength checks.
Yeah, they're having great difficulty straining against these chains. So looking at them, there is a chance that one of them will break free, but just looking at the difficulty they're having, you judge it to be a small enough chance. Like, they're not rusty chains. They're not. They're designed to hold these creatures in place.
Can we like pick them off at our leisure?
I would.
Yeah.
I'll give everybody a round, if you like, to try to make an animal handling check to bring down the creature's level of agitation so they stop straining against their chains. At which
I
point...
can do that.
Okay. Well, I'll let everybody take a shot at it over the course of the next few seconds.
Nazirr, take a percentage on that because mine's crap.
Thank you.
I mean, you could take my last dice as well. Here.
Okay.
You're going to need one check for each of the 3 dragons. So this isn't a group check. It's one per one dragon.
Yeah.
But everybody can try at least on each dragon once.
Well, right now everybody's taking one action to get this
Yes,
done.
my action is manifesting percentage on Nazirr.
Oh.
Give me bonuses on it.
So Nazir's making a check. Anybody who hasn't, like Nerium and Sahn, have used their action to help Nazirr. But the other 3 of you still have a check you can use this round.
Yeah, unless I can help Nazirr do his. Like a
Yeah,
help action.
I can
but-
help another. That's really the only action I can do.
Okay, so yeah, you can help. Nazirr, how we do?
Can I roll at advantage because I'm getting assistance?
Well, I don't think anybody's assisting you. You got a bardic
I-
inspiration die, and you've got presence.
Can I assist
Well,
her with help
I
action?
can only help another action. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, as long as one of you's helping Nazirr, you can roll at advantage as well.
Yeah, let's make that. Say it's 18 with the dice plus another 6 is 24.
Okay, so you have calmed one of the creatures. That leaves Noose and Nerium, who have not acted this time. Did each one of them want to make a check?
Does Noose have handle animal?
I mean, you could try it unskilled. Would be the best you could do.
So who helped him? Was it Benny or was it Ssah'ra that helped?
Us. Well, I guess it was must have been Benny. So Sarah can help on
Yeah,
one of the other 2 if you want.
Yeah, I'll help on one of the other 2.
Okay.
Okay, Noose has a +1 to this.
And Nerium still has her action because that was Bardic Inspiration, which is a bonus action.
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh, doesn't Noose have a bardic inspiration still?
Yes,
Yeah,
he
he
does.
does.
Yeah, you can use that.
If giving inspiration didn't take my action, then that is a 19.
Okay. So Nerium calms one down. Noose failed to calm his from the look of it.
No, 12.
12. So I'm going to give him one last try to break his chains. And that's it. The chain snaps. Use his action
to be
to...
over here.
Yeah, something like that. So it's use his action to break the chain. And we'll come back in on the initiative order on his turn. So that was his action. Probably the best thing for this dragon to try to do.
Run.
Looks like it's going to try to eat Noose, actually, but doesn't have an action to do so. So we're back on. That was the dragon's initiative. Who's after that?
Nerium.
Okay. Yeah, give me a wisdom saving throw, please.
That's a 14.
Okay. That does nothing then. Thank you. That's my DC.
You're welcome. Who's next?
I am ending my turn. Thank you.
Good.
Be Ssah'ra.
Very polite.
Only the best for you, brother.
Like how we all just in a group kind of move over to where we were supposed to be, where it would make sense.
I mean, I would have insisted you did if you hadn't.
Yeah.
So you did good. You
Funny
did
how
right.
It all happened.
Certainly
Kind
not
of
gonna
funny
do
how it
much
all
help
happened at once.
way out here. Don't worry, you guys, you got this. As I wave in the back.
So I'm assuming it's gonna be what, these 4 squares?
No, the 4 back in the cage.
Yeah, so it's kind of more like the doorway right there.
Right
Yeah.
there.
So Sarah's gonna come over here to try and prevent its escape.
Snake Woman's like, diplomacy did not work. Time for violence.
Yes. And then we'll go hack at it with a sword.
Do it.
Yeah, it's 24.
24 will hit.
Ooh, a whole big 5 points of slashing damage.
Okay. Who's next?
Sahn is next.
Move here to prevent his escape and take a shot.
I would like to point out to Sarah that I do a 1d4 when I have a successful attack with no modifier.
That hits an armor class of 17, but I can go higher if that misses.
Nope, that hits.
He's got
Dealing
whittle mechanics.
6 piercing damage.
Okay. And the thing is bloodied. Pretty badly
That's the end of my
bloodied.
turn.
Who's next?
Noose.
Noose is going to put his rapier in it. Oh, risk of rain, hell yeah. It's a 19 to hit.
19 will hit.
Alright.
8. 6 is 14 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
We have a last legs kind of situation as the thing spurts blood and it looks terrified. It's probably going to, if it gets another turn, it's probably going to try to shoulder its way free and take flight.
I also pulled out a rapier, or a short sword, so I can make an AO if it tries to get past me.
Okay, who's next?
Benny is next. Do something, Benny.
Are you gonna
Right?
Be
No,
the guy
I'm
right
super
here.
I'm super excited to maybe do something. Here comes the 1. Oh no, 25 to hit.
That'll hit.
Hooray, doing something.
You're contributing to this combat.
I did it. 6 slashing as I hack at its neck.
6 isn't enough to kill it. Got to do better than that.
Well,
Moving or staying put?
oh, I'm staying there.
All right. Who's going to finish it off?
That would be Nazirr, the animal handler.
I'm assuming that animal handling is out of the question at this point, so I'm just going to fire a star beam at it.
I'll only make the animal handling check at disadvantage because it's badly
Fine.
wounded and your allies are actively killing it.
Sometimes
you are
the best thing
handling
you can
it
do is put it
somehow.
down.
Yeah, you know what? No, just Nazirr would just be done with it.
Does sucking on a Tabashi's toe count as animal handling?
Yeah. Absolutely.
That's a 21 to hit.
That'll hit. Can you do less than 2 points of damage?
No, I cannot.
And that's enough for this thing.
And I still have an action my turn. If that becomes relevant.
So now the remaining 2 are docile. You guys would have no difficulty using just ranged attacks to take them out safely. They wouldn't have a way to put up a fight. that's what you choose to do. So right now you've got 2 of them that are kind of cowering at the back of their pens. You've got the dead orc lady laying out here, a couple dead dragons, and you've got the 4 sacks hanging from the wall.
I'm gonna first
let them
go.
What did
Sahn is completely willing to just put crossbow bolts into both of them.
So Sahn is going to put the things down. What about Nazirr?
I was gonna go check and see what. I was gonna go rifle the orc lady's corpse for delicious trinkets.
Her armor and her armaments are in good repair. A suit of scale mail that would fit, probably too small for Nazirr, being built for a female form, but a shield, longsword, and a crossbow. So all of her armor is in good repair. Rifling through her personal effects, you find in one of her sleeves, you pull out what looks like a missive written in Orcish.
I'll read it in a moment, but
Okay. Other than that, not carrying anything of... Oh, no, I'm sorry. She has a small glass whistle.
yeah, I'll take that in the missive.
Okay.
I'm gonna
And
take.
Sarah was doing what?
Going to look at these fluid sacks.
Yeah.
Specifically,
These are the acid
standing far
ones.
back with a long ass glaive and cutting one open.
You're going to slice one open. Which one and where is everybody standing when that happens?
Well, I'm standing back because these are the acid glands.
Yeah, I was putting bolts in them from back here.
Yeah. Oh no, he's talking about the bags that Nerium was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Have I killed the other 2 yet?
Yeah, after a couple of crossbolts, you can put them down easily.
I'm gonna stand back and shoot it with a crossbow bolt. Actually,
With a crossbow bolt? Yeah, and when you do, you puncture the bladder, and there's a hissing sound as it just pisses acid all over the floor in front of it. Just steam, smoke rising up. It's not particularly potent, but yeah, you surmise that these 4 creatures have had these acid sacs surgically removed from their necks, and now you've destroyed one of them.
yep. Figures
Why
much.
though?
Fenny will suggest, should we just drain the acid and bring these back as our proof?
Should we just take these sacks as as proof that we've?
I'm looking around for a
killed them?
hatchet or an axe.
Yeah,
Take the
that's-
sacks and one of the heads.
Okay.
Yeah. But
There's
drain
no
the
reason-
acid.
I don't see any reason not to just bring 5 heads with us.
Yeah,
The drains
They're
are
a
the
little
acid
bulky, aren't
first.
they? Like, these things are the size of a horse, aren't they? So they'd be carrying
Yeah,
5
so-
horse heads.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so you're
not-
gonna have to tie a rope and put 2 of them onto each of our backs.
Can
He's
we
7
fit
feet,
them in
he's
the
fine.
tunnel?
The
Can they fit through the tunnel?
the creatures?
The heads.
The head? Oh, yeah, you could. I mean, it would be...
Okay.
You'd probably be dragging them. But you can decapitate these creatures.
Can we take the acid pouch out of the other one? Would that be?
That's
5
gonna
acid
that's gonna
pouches.
require... I'm gonna require both a successful animal handling and successful medicine check. Medicine check made a disadvantage because you don't have the correct tools on hand to do it. Looking around, son, you do find some just basic, like a woodcutter's, like a wood axe
Yeah.
nearby for the wood pile.
Yeah, Sahn just takes that and starts going around between each of them, chopping the head off and tying a rope around it so they can throw it over your shoulder.
Nazirr, what do you do with the missive?
Yeah, I'll read it.
Reading it, it looks like this orc was in the employ of a man named the Golden Claw, Maravil Trastyova. Trastyova is on the Council of Cats. He's actually the 3rd cat. He is a Leonin. Yeah, apparently this was his enterprise, and he was keeping it secret from the other counselors. And you see a note, because these are his instructions to this orc lady. This is his, like, her marching orders. Apparently, he's decided that he wants these dragonels for riding, but has decided that the spitting is far too dangerous. And he's not comfortable having that aspect of it in hand. Just having the dragonels enough would be good. However, he's looked into it, and apparently each of these sacks is worth 300 gold, provided they can be delivered to the alchemist intact.
Which alchemist, I wonder?
Doesn't
Well,
specify, but you know that you've got an expert alchemist aboard your ship.
Right. We've only poked one, right?
Sarah's punctured 1. The other 3 you could carry, but they're difficult to carry. If you have to, like, as long as all you do is walk through the tunnel, you'll be okay. If you get in combat or something on the way back, now we're gonna have some fun.
It's
Okay.
best. I think it's probably better if we drain them before we take them back. If you want the acid, you can stick in a vial.
I'd give up the $300.
I don't know why you would. Why would you put them in something that you don't know that they won't dissolve when they're in something that you know that won't get dissolved?
The membrane itself of the sack is what keeps any the bags they're in aren't dissolving at all. It has a protective membrane that Ssah'ra has punctured through.
We can put it in one of our backpacks, right? Like maybe carrying all. There's 3 remaining ones is not.
The membrane itself, the one Ssah'ra's ruined, not worth anything. Can't do much with it.
Right.
Benny will carry
After chopping off all the heads, I'm gonna tie 2 of them to 2 pairs of 2 together. I'll put one pair over my shoulder. I'm gonna suggest Benny take the other pair, and then Ssah'ra can get 1 head.
Okay.
And I'm also gonna chop off a hunch and take a taste.
I am okay with.
Are these things any good to eat?
They're not poisonous. That's about all I can tell you. It's
okay.
I don't know what Sahn's diet is like.
Meat.
Yeah, primarily I would think.
So yeah, that's the risk. Carrying the sack doesn't require any mechanical check or anything, but if you're carrying it and you have to do something strenuous, like if you've got to run, if you've got to climb over stuff, if you get into combat, you risk rupturing it as long as you hold on to it.
Can I?
What if we drain the trough and just put the sacks in the trough and bring it back like a little red wagon?
You can't get it through the tunnel.
The trough's not something that'll move.
Yeah. So, my thoughts are how did they intend to release these creatures once they were done? Like, are they restrained by what? Is it just are they restrained via ankles? Are they what's going on here?
Yes, they're restrained by their ankles, and then the chain snakes down under the hay pile they were sleeping on, and is affixed down to the floor in the back corner.
Okay.
Of the stable, so directly into the rock back there.
That's weird because it's like, where's the key to the manacles to release them? I wonder.
Oh, it doesn't look like there's a key necessarily. It's just you could get it's an animal shackle, so not a key required.
Oh,
So,
These things don't have opposable thumbs. You can
Fair enough.
You can just remove them.
So do we?
So I think we bring the 3 sacks and the 5 heads back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we can carry them all.
You can have the orcs' equipment too. That's worth the price and the PHB, or you can just hand it over to the stores of the ship. Might buy you some goodwill with Large Tom.
Well, it might buy us some goodwill with. Let's
How
bring all
many
this
bolts
back.
does she have?
How many bolts? Enough to fill your stash back up.
Okay, I'm gonna refill my own quivers or my own cases then.
Yeah, no, the gear that she has, I cannot use. So
This is the booty. So we are the pirates. We must take the
Booty
we have to
delicious.
grab the-
Is there any gold or loose change on her?
No, she's not carrying any coin.
Is there a place here for someone to live? This looks like it's just the shelter for the animals.
But like
probably
the thing,
on the other side of the probably on the other side of the
Tunnel?
on the other side of the tunnel. Yeah.
would we be able to? Do you think we would have a chance to discreetly carry the sacks back to the ship without raising any alarms? With nobody in the Covno seeing us.
If you did it at nighttime,
See this.
if you did it at nighttime and you were careful about it, yeah, you could probably do that.
The reason I say that is because if this is this is another member of the council's property that we have killed and are stealing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
So you guys are dragging back the heads. You've got the missive from the dead orc. You're taking her equipment?
Yeah. Let's take
All right. So it's a scale mail, a shield, and a long sword. And you make your way back.
Crossbow?
And the crossbow, yes. That's not Prompto. You can't blame me for that one.
Hang on.
That's a big
Sorry.
Prompto.
That's big boy Prompto. So
That's Gladio.
by the time you guys get to the other side of the far side of the tunnel, you mean to put a blindfold on. A few hours before morning, so sunrise is inevitable.
So Sahn can match his molting to match the surroundings and give you guys the heads and discreetly bring the bladders back to the ship.
I don't think we should be seen with any part of the dragons in the Covnos. The
Okay.
man in charge of it.
Yeah, I agree.
So do you want to send someone into town to have her meet us outside of town where we
just-
hold up with the heads?
pull out a set the canines of both canines of every one, so that we can say that like, there's the same tooth in every one, and we'll carry that to her. And if she requires further proof, she can send a guy out to where we will dig a hole.
So you're gonna put the heads in a hole out in the woods?
Yeah, and then we can give them directions to come find the holes.
Okay. But the bladders you want to take back to the deceased.
Yeah, Sahn wants to discreetly bring those back to the ship before everyone else, before we meet with this woman again.
Let's complete that first. Sahn, who do you want to turn them over to when you get back to the ship?
I think the alchemist, right?
Double Al?
Yeah.
Okay, let me make a note of that.
Double Al the alchemist. Here's 1,200 gold worth of acid.
Yeah.
No, 900 gold.
Yeah.
There was 1,200, but Ssah'ra broke one.
How on earth did you come by these?
A couple of crossbow bolts and some very large dragony things.
Don't ask questions. You're asking too many questions.
Very well. He directs you down to below decks of the Deceit. You walk by Pantaloon's crate, and he has you guys empty out some sundries from one of the crates in the back of the stacks. He steps forward, speaks some magic words, applies a sort of extremely foul, fishy-smelling oil all to the inside of the crate. And it takes so much of this stuff that his hands and arms are covered in it. By the time he's done, he's got a few splinters here and there. Then he takes a huge ream of sailcloth, throws it inside, pushes it down to the crate to soak up as much of this oil as possible. So, all right, this will do for now. Place them in here.
Right. Sahn will put each of the bladders into that.
And he hammers the crate shut, shoves it back into play. Says, all right. So who's there in the moment? Is it just Nerium and Sahn?
I think so.
He asks an important question that only the two of you can answer. He asks whether this was your enterprise, meaning just the two of you, or whether more of the crew was involved, and if so, who?
Unless Nerium answers faster than Sahn can, and Sahn will not answer particularly quickly, he'll tell him the truth.
Okay. Does Nerium want to tell him the not truth?
Oh, like
But yeah, Sahn is sitting here, like, obviously thinking for a moment.
We know when you sleep.
This is a lie with absolutely no chance of not being found out.
Yes, that's true.
So
That is the truest thing in history.
Like, because as soon as the NPC gets on board, where's my cut? I was part of this. The lie will immediately be. So no, I'm not gonna lie about that.
Yeah.
So you tell him that yeah, there were 6 of us.
The 6 of us were out on this. I was carrying them back because we were worried that someone in the Kovos might be interested in them and ambush us with it. So the two of us, we thought 2 people would be easy to sneak them back onto the ship.
Okay. He goes into the ship's treasury, where you are not allowed. And he comes back. He asks whether you'll take a coin or take a writ. What he's asking is, he'll give you the coin that he owes you for this bounty, or he'll give you a writ that basically you turn in at a later date to him.
I want a writ. I don't know about anyone else, but I have no need for coin.
Well, he's giving you 4 writs with the others who aren't here.
Okay.
Just give everybody writs for now, because we could collect this later.
This is good for 90 pieces of gold, each one of you.
Okay.
So that was 3 bladders worth 300 each. Figure the ship takes its cut, and then split that 6 ways is good for 90 gold.
Right.
I got it. Hold on a second.
Not a bad day's work.
We're gonna add 5 IOU. What is it? 5 IOUs.
I'm just gonna make I'm just gonna copy the gemstone section and do writs.
I mean, you could just
that's a good one.
write it into your character sheet as gold too. Like, I don't know that it's
I don't track gold in my sheet.
Oh, okay, fair.
I track it on mine.
Yeah.
That's fair. But yeah, basically this is saying that The ship owes you 90 gold for services rendered. And as far as Al is concerned, the rest of the crew doesn't need to be cut in because you're the ones who did this job. So good job. And he doesn't ask for details.
That's like, yeah, you're asking for an awful lot of details, my friend. Stop.
Brought something valuable. Just need to know how to safely contain it and who was involved. That's all he cared about. So the rest of you took these teeth back to the leaky ladle, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you meet one of Sweetie Bird's men there. Takes you back down to her little room. And it's the rest of the three of you there. Noose is gone again by this point. So this would be Nazirr, Benny, and Ssah'ra going down, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So you hand over these. Do you give her the missive that you found?
Well, Nazirr has that. I don't think that was shared with him.
But, well, Nazirr read
Shit,
it.
I'm muted. I'm sorry. Yes, I will hand it over.
Okay. She takes it and reads it. And you hear her begin to purr again. She folds it delicately, tucks it down the front of her blouse.
Her old wrinkly blouse.
Very well. She reaches back, takes the little red box, places it gingerly on the stool in front of her, slides the stool across. A deal's a deal.
A deal is a deal.
Benny will take it and offer it to whoever wants it.
It's sitting on the stool in front of the three of you.
I guess Sarah will
Reach over and open it up.
Nazirr, opening it up, it's a very handsome little red leather box, and when you open it, the inside is adorned with rose-colored velvet, and laying amongst it is a blood-red leather choker, affixed with a rose gold clasp. It's adorned with an unidentifiable pink-hued gem in the shape of a creature's heart. When I say heart, I don't mean like a Valentine's Day heart. You understand?
like an actual heart.
I mean like valves, aorta, etc.
That's very pretty. Sarah will reach over to pull it out of the box.
Okay, you take it out. You're holding this choker in your hand.
Do you want the box? Penny says, and he offers it.
You keep the box.
So,
I'll deliver this to the captain.
So, the next thing, you'll have news for this next part too if you want him. It's up to you if you do or not. Are you going to deliver this back to Tenacity, or are you going to take it somewhere and try to attune to it and activate it for yourselves?
Well,
I guess we'll
Ssah'ra
start.
has the thing right now, so that's up to her.
Do any of you have the means to identify it magically?
No.
No.
Okay. So you don't even get the one half of the stat block for it before you try to attune to it then. And you won't learn anything about it until you try to actually trigger it.
Of course, the issue with it is we don't know how dangerous it is, and
Tenacity's
because Nazirr pats the drum and says, "This is you saw what this did."
So you're saying I shouldn't put it on right now?
Well, you can
I'm
put it
saying
on,
you should
but
probably
attempting to attune to it and then attempting to use it. Those would be 3 different actions. You understand?
Yeah.
Attuning takes an hour of concentration, and then once you're attuned to it, you would have to actively try to kind of like awaken it the way that Nazirr did.
Yeah. No. Sarah will slide it on her neck.
Okay.
The best place to hide is in plain sight. Shall we go back to the ship?
So you're going to just wear this aboard the ship and hope nobody notices?
No, she's gonna wear it aboard the ship and walk up to Tenacity and stay here.
So you're going to deliver it to Tenacity then?
Yeah.
Okay. Who else is present
Unless
when...
my head explodes when I put it on.
No, it doesn't. It just
Yeah.
fits around your neck. So who else is present? I'm going to assume everybody is unless you specify you're not.
present when we deliver this to Tenacity.
Yeah, she doesn't come ashore for the Covenant. She's been aboard the ship. So yeah, unless you tell me otherwise, I'm going to assume that the 5 of you plus Noose are there.
Yeah.
Okay. And you tell her what it is.
I mean, it depends. It depends on how much longer is the deceased staying in port.
You don't know. I mean, they told you a couple of days. It's been 1 day.
Yeah, I still need my hat, so we better not leave yet.
Yeah, your hats aren't even done until tomorrow. And then the hanging is probably the day after that. So you want to be around for that. So you tell Tenacity what this is. Do you tell her how you got it? Like, what details do you give to her?
Sahn will just say cat politics and leave it at that.
But you tell her it's one of the treasures that the captain is seeking?
Like, potentially.
Is it?
Yeah,
I can't identify magic. I can tell you it's magical. That's
At least that's what the lady who gave it to us was saying.
Well,
Was implying anyway.
Benny
Sarah
will
will
mention the name Sweetie Bird.
No, Sarah will take it off her neck, hold out a hand with it dangling in front of Tenacity, and say, "We picked this up in the city. You might want it for the captain."
At the mention of Sweetie Bird, Tenacity gives no response whatsoever. She takes the thing in her hand. She says, "Well, my understanding is that Double Al is infatuated with some, I don't know what, in a big crate filled with sailcloth." She thinks for a moment. So don't leave the ship. I'll be back in an hour. And then she heads back off towards the officers' quarters.
Okay.
An hour later, when she returns, she hands the choker back to Ssah'ra. So I don't know how you found this before we did.
That's why you kept us.
She shakes her head. I suppose it is. Well, same deal. One of you needs to attune to it, find a safe place, initiate it, find out what it does. Report back when you've done that.
Do we have like a list of of the initial?
You'd have to ask her for it.
Yeah,
I think
that's
what we'd have to. Yeah. Oh, I'm okay. Go ahead and say that because what I was thinking is we could easily take another trip out into the woods,
Yeah, like
away
what?
from the
Like,
Kovnos, maybe to that. Oh, I don't know if we should take it to that stable. That's probably not a good idea.
That's a day
That's a
away.
bad idea.
I think we should just take it to where we buried the heads.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, just outside of town is fine.
So you guys take it back outside of town, outside of the Kovnos. Which means I guess I'll load the Kovnos back up. Oh, you know what? I never uploaded the Kovnos map. I've just been loading it in from my hard drive like a schnook.
All right then, Sarah. Like what? Come on, rock paper scissors, you and me.
Fair enough.
All right, I guess just roll a d20.
Is it a human heart?
Difficult to say because it's just a small gemstone in the shape of one, so it's very stylized. But it's unmistakably a heart.
I mean, do snakes even have 4-chamber hearts?
Tenacity
15.
does not tell you precise. She doesn't give you enough information for me to paste the properties of the object. She tells you it's a sort of mind control device, and she explains that it is more powerful the more potent your personality is. With that information, she's going to let you figure out who wants to attune to it.
Oh,
That's all you need.
Yeah, that's Nerium.
It'll look very pretty on your neck.
it's a little macabre, isn't it?
I
But I'll
think
put
that
it
would-
around my. I'll
I
put
think
it
that
around
could
my
be
neck.
your style, though. Didn't Mott give you like a skull belt buckle?
I guess I just like. It's like yes, I guess I could just be goth, right?
Do you think it's the petrified heart of like a fairy?
It's about that size.
Possible. Pixies are little pests. And
Miriam,
then she'll
That
put
could be your
yeah.
queen.
when you finish attuning to the choker after an hour, it contracts a little bit to fit your neck very snugly. It's not uncomfortable, but it's tight. And you get the sense that it doesn't matter the size neck that it sits on, will always sit exactly this tightly. It's quite a handsome thing. And just attuning to it, you gain knowledge of one of its innate properties. If the choker is worn underneath armor or other clothing so that the heart is not visible, it becomes inert and none of its properties can be used. You must use it openly.
Okay.
And you guys go out into the woods, and by the time you get out there, Sweetie Bird has already sent her men out to retrieve these heads and filled the hole back in. But there's nobody else around for probably a mile or so, and it's just the 6 of you.
Cool.
Sarah, come here. I'm.
Benny.
What?
No. Not Benny.
Benny shakes his head and says, "I've done enough of this."
Please, Benny. For me, and I'll like bat my eyelashes at him.
He'll think about it, and he'll look at Nazirr, and then he'll just
No.
slowly step forward. And
Okay?
So I have no idea like what this does. Right.
You're going to use an action to initiate it, and
Uh-huh.
when you do that, you will gain the information on the left side of its... Well, you'll gain all the information. I'll just
Hard.
load in the thing.
All right.
Sort of pulls Sahn back a little bit.
Okay. I will go like I'll go to like I'm going to touch Benny,
Okay?
and then reach over and touch Sarah and use it on her.
Well, Sarah and Sahn are standing back, so
No, I would like move it. Like yeah.
I'll allow it.
we're gonna keep away then.
No.
I need everybody but Nerium to make a charisma saving throw.
I
this
guess
is against
is it
charm.
is so it's 12 or yours, right?
Yes, whichever's higher.
Okay, so 14. What you're
Is
looking
this,
for?
is this against charm? Because I have advantage.
It is, yes.
That's a
I
17.
absolutely
That's what I
failed.
figured.
So,
Pass.
Sahn is charmed.
Nazirr rolls an 18.
Benny is not charmed. Nazirr is
I
not
have
charmed.
18.
What this means is everybody in the group but Sahn is keen on Nerium's bullshit.
Is Ssah'ra pass?
Yeah, 17.
All right. Did Noose pass?
Oh, Noose is there
Did you
too.
come back
Oh,
with
yeah.
us?
Yeah, he's there unless you guys don't want him.
No, I mean, that's fine. He's probably pretty curious as to what the hell this thing is anyway.
Well, his flaw is that's a pretty thing.
Yeah.
How do you do?
Noose did a 16.
So Noose
But he
also
passed, too.
So only Sahn didn't pass.
Mhm.
All right. Now I'm going to load in this new tablet. Do I need to? Yes, I need to copy it over because I hadn't done that because I don't know what I'm doing.
It's first time D&D DMing, guys. Just bear with him.
Right. I've never done this before.
It's fine. We got patience.
I'm filling the dead air. Gosh.
So, how about that local sports
Dead
team?
open.
Go ahead
Dead
and
ins-
roll me, Nerium. Go ahead and roll me a d4.
Oh, a D4. Yeah, gotcha.
Oh.
3.
3. Okay. So I'm going to just quickly award you 2 AP for the choker for waking it up. And then import the thing in. And we'll blow it up a bit so you can alt it. This is what the choker does. Now, those of you who failed the saving throw, which is just Sahn. Sahn, 3 things become true immediately after you're charmed.
Mm-hmm.
Thing number 1. You become unbelievably and irresistibly attracted to Nerium. And your short-term goal is to get into her pants as quickly as possible. Rule number 2 is that you are the only one who deserves to be there. And rule number 3 is that you're willing to kill to do it. Let's roll some initiative. I don't need to roll anything. It's just amongst you guys.
I mean, I'm not going to stop her. Stop.
Can I get an initiative token for?
Here, you can just use his actual token because...
Is there actually a conflict? It's just Sahn. I mean, there might be with Nerium. But
Well, he's the only...
it's
If,
sword.
if more than one of you had failed the save, there would be conflict. But,
Oh yeah, but nobody did.
Nerium, for the course of this... for this encounter, you have access to the Choker's Infernal Love ability. And if you manage to charm Sahn with any of those spells, if you have the charges to use them, it will overwrite the charm effect he's currently enjoying, and it will come to an end.
I would like to remind you, Nerium, he has a pulse, so he meets your criteria.
All right, yeah, just start going down the order and let's figure things out.
I'm actually at 19. I guess I'll go towards her and grapple her.
Yeah, that's what you'll do.
Excuse
So-
me.
Oh, is that what we call it? Okay.
Like
That's
basically,
strength. Do you add proficiency to the grapple check? Or
It's
no?
an athletics check.
Oh, it's athletics.
Yes.
But it's
It's
strength.
opposed. it's opposed.
Oh, it's opposed. Okay, so that's a 21.
Yeah, no.
So yeah, Sahn just
Negative
Ba-
one.
clatters over to Nerium and grabs a hold of her and starts.
And now I've got 30 feet of movement to move away from the rest of the group into the woods.
Okay.
There's a moment where Nerium's like, so what happened? What? Excuse me, Bug Man. And then like he picks her up like a cartoon. He just runs into the woods.
Like you see ants carrying those big pieces of
Yeah,
leaf.
exactly.
I didn't realize we were actually at a Saga Frontier 2 this thing.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Who's next? Who's next?
She's never heard from again.
Noose is next.
Is Noose gonna do anything to try to?
Don't know if there's anything he can do.
He can try to grapple her free. He can try to attack Sahn to knock him unconscious, or he can try to charm him.
Where's the infernal love thing on this? There
It's
it
At the
is.
top right there, yeah.
So you have 5 charges plus a number equal to your charisma modifier, which for Nerium I think is considerable, and those charges will fund the spells that you can cast, some of which are fairly substantial.
Yeah.
So what is your charisma bonus?
+4.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
So you've got 9
That's a lot
charges.
of charges.
So you've got all kinds of stuff you can use. Like calm emotions would be excellent in this because all you could. But yeah, if you hit him with a suggestion, anything that can charm him.
Right.
Yeah, he's gonna try and pop. He's gonna try and pop Sahn unconscious.
Okay. How many hit points does Sahn have?
11.
Oh, okay. That might happen.
Might happen.
Technically, he's within 5 feet of an ally because Nerium's right there.
Hey, Sahn, does a 14 hit?
Nope. Carapace.
That's all he got.
Nerium's like way down here. Everybody's like, this is some Benny Hill nonsense. Is what this is.
Who's next?
You're next, Nazirr.
Picking me up like a Super Mario Brothers 2.
Nazirr?
Hang on, my computer is acting very, very slowly.
Computers were a mistake.
Yeah, they really are.
Arguably true.
So, Nerium, you have an intuitive idea of the Choker's Atma, who, by the way, is named after my own succubus from my World of Warcraft days. I don't know if it still does this, but back in the day, if you roll a warlock, it would like randomly name your little animal pets for you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
My,
And they kept the same name the entire time. Yep.
and my succubus was Katniss.
And
The
now
one
these
spell that would actually work here, it takes a minute for me to cast, unfortunately. So that's regrettable. Let's go ahead and instead cast guidance on who's next. Ssah'ra, I don't want to do that. Benny, you got the benefits of guidance.
Okay, who's next?
Ssah'ra's next.
Ssah'ra got chained, right? Or charmed, right?
No,
No.
only
only-
Sahn.
Only Sahn got chained. Or charmed.
Oh, then yeah, I want to give the guidance to. No, I'll still give
you're
Benny.
better giving it to Benny.
Yeah, I'll still give Benny.
All right, who's next?
Ssah'ra's evil.
Straw's like, haha, this is funny.
Ssah'ra like licks her lips. Like, am I next? It's hot.
Yeah, I mean, Ssah'ra's just gonna kind of slither closer, but keep a distance to see what happens. Sahn, so aggressive.
Who's next?
Benny will try to stop Sahn. He'll say, "Oh, come on. This isn't how you court somebody. First you take him out to dinner, then you fuck him." And I have guidance, right?
Yes.
It doesn't apply to attack
D4.
rolls.
Oh no, I'm grapple
Oh, okay.
or strength athletics. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, so opposed.
I have 15.
I got
yeah.
an athletics of 22.
Yeah. Whoa, spindly little fucker.
So that's Benny's.
That's exactly what he is.
Yeah.
He's all spindle.
So
All spindle, no Kindle.
Who's next?
Nerium is next.
Nerium.
Save
All right.
yourself.
So I have like an intuitive note. Like I know that if I successfully stick one of these, it'll overwrite this.
Any of those spells that can get a charm effect, I would also like to use the Calm Emotion spell to turn the heat down on the situation, as it were, and infuse
Right.
some reason into it.
But think about this, because look at the what causes conflict. If you engage in a sexual activity with somebody who has a lower charisma score.
Yeah, no, don't do that when you're wearing Katniss's choker.
I'm just saying. I'm looking up the up dominate person.
It's like one of my favorite spells ever.
I am a monstrosity, but I think I'm also a person, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Donate monstrosity is a
You can
different.
use your.
You're certainly acting monstrous.
Yeah, no kidding.
All right. Yeah. Go ahead. Make me a wisdom saving throw, please, Sahn.
That is a wisdom save of... Nope, just an 11.
Okay. You are dominated, and I tell you to put me down.
I put you down. And I also say that. When I get the mental command to say put me down, I say I put you down, and I put you down. And then
Right.
stand there and don't do anything.
Do a little jig.
I do my best insect jig.
That is distressing.
Sarah's just laughing.
Is this something we really wish to give to Nerium?
Nerium, you're keeping your neck covered whenever you're around me. Do you understand me?
It's the best birthday present ever.
Also, with 4 arms, I can do like really good. Like I've got
well,
18 decks and 4 arms, so my
only
little jig
He
is
can
not
ham bone. He can ham bone
only
like
you had
a
a-
monster.
If only you had your hat,
Yeah, I know.
right?
Here, McDohl, I'm going to go ahead and paste the text into the party chat in case you want to go
Yeah,
ahead and...
I'll go ahead and whip that up.
Message is
So-
too long. I got to upload it as a file, I guess. Let's try that.
Okay.
I'm going to try and I'm going to cover the choker with my thing just to see if it causes the ongoing effect to end.
Well, it's a spell. You can end it at will.
I know, but I want to know if covering it also ends the. That's what it, because it's. I don't know. This is
I
a
would say
little ambiguous.
once an effect is in place, you would need to cover it. The intent is you're not able to cast any of these spells without it being obvious that's what you're doing.
Right.
Because it's
Yes.
a somatic component, basically.
Basically, if it doesn't stop ongoing effects, but I can't institute a new effect.
Correct. You can't cast
Still doing a little jig.
can't casting any of the spells, and you can't benefit from any of the passive properties while wearing it either.
All right, Sahn, stop, and then I'll end concentration.
Oh. What the?
You still wanna take me in the woods? I mean, I'm ready
What
for
was
it.
that? I don't like that thing.
Aren't you a psychic bug monster?
Yes, I like my mind to be my own, thank you. Also, I don't think monster is the right word. Just a psychic bug. I mean, are you a elfy? Are you a
Yes.
psychic elf monster?
No, I'm not psychic.
Just a regular
You
elf
sure?
monster.
I've seen you.
Just a
tear things
regular elf
mine.
monster.
I've seen you flay mines in front of me with your harp, or with your violin.
So just for the benefit of anybody who doesn't actually watch the video, I'm going to go ahead and run down. So Katniss is a neutral, evil succubus. Her alignment is serve me, love me, obey me, and I shall be thy slave. Her ideal, the truth is that which I convinced thee of, which doesn't sound like a match for Nerium.
Not at all.
Her flaw, thy envy is pitiful and unsurprising. You conflict with Katniss if you fail on a deception check, engage in romantic or sexual activity with a partner whose charisma is lower than yours. Katniss only fucks up. Or you reduce a target to 0 hit points, but do not kill it. Conflict with Katniss, if you fail, she kind of possesses your body. and tries to use you to find a suitable target, a female humanoid of at least 18 charisma, to try to sever herself from the ritual and take over that body. This won't work, but she can't be convinced it won't work. Looking at it, you don't want to fail a conflict with Katniss. You don't want to botch that, because Nerium's charisma is not 18 yet, right?
It is.
It is. Okay, so I think Nerium failing that would be very, very bad, because she would commit suicide. The only other target on the ship would be Tenacity. She's the only other valid target, and you definitely don't want that to happen. So, it does look as though Nerium is the best choice to use this choker, but it's also the most dangerous.
Failing a conflict causes you to lose. Failing by 5.
So
roll. I forget how that works.
It's an opposed charisma check, so it's your 18 versus her 18.
All right. I mean, that's just when the blips come out.
Yeah, right?
It's exactly when the blips come out.
But yeah, she would attempt to perform this ritual, which would kill the target. In this case, if she's in Nerium's body, she would just try to have Nerium kill herself. Maybe don't fail a conflict with her. But there you go. You now have Dominate Person on episode 2 of the campaign.
A level 2 character.
We're walking back to town, and then, she asks Sahn, "Can you do the little jig again?"
I'll do a little jig.
It's
not a bad answer.
Just enjoys
It's
it.
about consent, everybody.
So we
That's
started
the
out.
lesson here.
We started out with 9 charges on the choker, and you've used 6.
Yeah.
And you regain a D4 at the end of each long rest. And I can trust you to just keep track of that as we go. Yes.
Yeah.
As you use it. Okay.
Can we add that many charges onto D&D Beyond? Is a question.
I mean, lots of magic items have tons of charges. You should be able to add any arbitrary amount. I think Tenacity's staff can has like 30.
No, the Staff of Power, yeah, it's got a bunch of charges because it uses a bunch.
Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah.
Also, each of these artifacts, I tried to give them passive effects. So there's going to be like a to-hit effect, a save effect, and an ability effect on each one. So you might want to see what those are.
You have advantage on Charisma Persuasion and Charisma Deception checks to target a creature who is inclined to find you sexually attractive. Well, that's just everybody. Thank you.
Probably, yeah.
When you deal a damage with attack that I can't see because of blue hand, that targets only one creature, but do not kill your target, you may spend 1 blip to gain temporary hit points equal to the amount of damage you dealt. You have advantage on all saving throws against being charmed. When you become charmed, you may spend 1 blip to end the effect. That's no fun. Burkhart actually hasn't charmed me yet. No, that's not true. He charmed Birdie once, and I shot Razu in the back with that arrow. That was funny.
What we didn't tell anybody is that the charm effect didn't stick. Birdie just took the opportunity.
Yeah.
All right.
You never got Gus, and you never got the two characters that would have been devastating. You just got Birdie.
All right.
I'll be working on trying to bludgeon D&D Beyond into doing what we're telling it to do.
I'm gonna go ahead
I
and
appreciate it.
save.
Worst case scenario, I'll just get out my clipboard again that I used the entirety of the last campaign. Got a little clipboard. I glued I went to the dollar store and got a little dry erase board, and I ripped it out of the case and glued it to a clipboard.
So I have a box saved with 2 pirate treasures now that I can load in whenever I need to. Does anybody else want to do anything in the Kovnos before we set sail?
Pick up our hats.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Say your hats are finished the next day. They're gorgeous. They're ostentatious. They are eye-catching. And half of the Kovnos thinks they are absolutely ridiculous.
But that's
Does
fine.
mine blend into the sailcloth if I'm in the rigging?
Yeah, it's...
Excellent.
He made it the correct color. He adorned it with a loop of rope around the outside.
I have, listen, this is why you don't let the bard take you places.
And,
There's
yeah,
Oh, I got a cool hat, and I didn't have to pay for it.
that same evening, Yeah, those 5 guys out behind the boarding house, they get hanged.
Do we get paid for that? Like, can we?
Did you get paid
That
for
was money
what?
collection, right?
No. No, that was a mess that Sweetie Bird cleaned up for you. You didn't turn anybody into the
True.
council.
Oh man.
You made 90 gold off of selling bladders. You guys.
Right, but that was another 250 gold. We missed out
Yeah,
on.
we got full plate
I'm
together. Come
disappointed.
on.
Listen, we do not have enough gold.
No, we don't.
This is the second
We don't have
time
enough treasure.
in the Covnos I have been. Nerium is disappointed. She literally all she does with her gold is like sleep on it like a dragon. Like the only reason she tries to take steal gold from people is because it's something that they like. That's it.
I think actually, yeah. So I'm gonna. Can I just take some money out of my writ and just leave the rest?
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool. So I'm gonna buy the secondhand crossbow for another 75,
Sure.
and then I pretty much am done with equipment.
We just.
I
cash in
am
our
buying
writ,
I am buying a scimitar using some of the money from that writ.
Okay.
You want to trade? So I forget how dual wielding works. Do both weapons have to be light, or can just the
Crossbows are different. Yes, both weapons should be light to start.
Okay. All right.
The one in your offhand has to have the light property. And I think that's
I
the
thought they
only
both had to be
requirement.
light.
Oh, maybe they do.
But when you make an attack with a light weapon,
Yes. So they both have to be light.
I was gonna offer you my rapier because
Oh.
I got it because it was offered to me, but she will never draw the rapier.
is the rapier light?
No.
It's finesse.
Yeah.
It's a
So
nice
now
weapon.
I can't use it. I mean, I could, but I won't.
All right.
So I have a rapier.
And with that, nobody's going to try to intervene on behalf of these men being hanged. You already told Sweetie Bird that didn't care.
No, I told her I do care, and the one has to be hanged.
Well, they hung all 5 of them.
Good.
Because
Whatever. I don't care about the others.
they tried to run this scam that has tried to be run so many times in the past.
Yeah, the scam doesn't bother me with the guy that slit the other guy's throat. He needs to be hanged.
Of note, usually when they do hangings like this, sometimes all of the counselors are there, sometimes they're not. But you note that you don't see the golden claw anywhere near if you go to watch this hanging. The other 5 counselors all make an appearance, but not him. Something has chafed his craw.
I can't imagine what.
And with
we're
that,
going to leave.
the deceit sets sail. So the question is, which NPC would you like for the next adventure?
Where are we going?
Don't know yet.
I want double out.
He's not one of your... He's an officer.
Oh, that's right.
You can have Midge, Gary, Peachberry, Ronald, Phil, Noose, or
Let's
Pantaloons.
just take Pantaloons.
Yeah.
It's gonna have
Let's
to
go Pantaloons.
eventually.
Like if we're going to the Goblin settlements.
If we don't know where we're going, let's just take Pantaloons. It's gonna have to happen eventually.
Okay. I'm going to save this map. Am I? Yes. I'm going to load this map. Oh, I need to update the treasure box.
How's our water child doing?
Bear with me one moment while I... Oh god, I'm going to have 13 of these by the end of the campaign, aren't I? Fine. And I'm going to save this map. Okay, which of you... place your tile on the room where your character sleeps, if you know it. If you
I don't sleep.
Where would you spend your nights then, I guess is a better question.
Wandering, just patrolling. Like I don't even. I need like light activity, but I don't need rest.
Okay.
So like on the deck in the rigging.
Okay.
At night,
Yeah. One of you's
Nazirr would be-
I think Nazirr is in with Peachberry, isn't it?
Yeah.
And she's always in the same mood, coming back from the Covnos. She had some kind of romantic tryst that ended sourly, and now she's weepy and blubbery, and she feels ugly and stupid. And she bought a bunch of
Nazirr
clothes
does
that...
Nazirr does his best to be supportive.
Nerium probably just, unless it's raining or something, she probably just sits in the boat here and does her trance up here
Okay.
outside. Like I feel like because she has to share a room with Sarah, and Sarah's got like a weird snake smell.
Snakes don't smell.
I thought you were gonna say that she snores.
Nerium, hanging out up on deck. You and Sahn, give me a perception check, please. This is the middle of the night. The ship is sailing wherever it's going to go. I will make a note.
17.
Nerium, how'd you do?
20.
So both of you hear a light knocking coming from inside some barrels lashed to the base of the old machinery from when the ship used to fly.
Sahn's gonna pull out a hand crossbow and a short sword, nod to Nerium, and pop the thing open once we're both on top of it.
As soon as you do, the little water girl flows out, leaps from inside, grabs the edge of the barrel. She's wearing on her head a bandana with a skull and crossbones on it. She announces in extremely broken common, "I'm a pirate!" Then the water flows out into a little humanoid form, which scatters away from you towards the ladder. The other barrel next to it falls over, rolls halfway down the deck. Pantaloons comes tumbling out, laughing, and he skitters out after her.
That's amazing.
Well, I'm glad she's fitting in. I say to Sahn.
Sahn nods.
And then I go.
All right, who wants some blips?
I do.
Yeah, please.
Like some experience and stuff. Oh, I gotta add up experience.
Well, you add that up, and I'll.
Yeah, I'm gonna take 2 minutes and add up your experience, and I'm gonna refresh my fizzy drink. And you guys think about some blips. I will be back. Don't forget that Nerium, if you like, you can claim one of Katniss's blips from any point in the session after you attuned to the choker.
I don't think I have anything for that, but I have my other things, so I'm good. Thank you. All right. Who was the blippiest?
Who's most creative today?
Yeah, I blanked out on what we gave blips for. So thank you, McDohl.
Creative, badass, intangibles.
Creative. Let's see.
Intangibles I want to give to, I have this written down, for Nerium, for dissing Noose.
That was great, yeah.
I'm gonna give. Let's see. Who was the most creative?
Who furthered the party's goals the most today?
I guess you got into that whole
I wanna
mess with it.
I want to give. Yeah, I want to give that to Nazirr for basically Nazirr advanced the plot by not lying to the important NPC. I had her going for a moment. You jackholes ruined it.
I have a -1 deception, so I'm not accountable for any of that.
So, like, what Nerium has learned is we give you all bandanas when she's lying, where they can't read your faces.
We all need to start wearing masks.
Exactly. So who was the creative? So, is everybody okay with Nazirr for party goals?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Creative is.
Who's badass?
I'll go with myself for trying to get Benny to attack and kill the thugs.
All right, who wants some experience points?
I do.
For the Dragonel Rider, the one spitting Dragonel, which you killed, and then the other 2, which you had to take down in combat, everybody is taking 333 experience points. Technically 333.333 repeating, but we'll just truncate that. Always round down.
I'm sure that's exactly how it works. You said 333?
333.
Okay.
Puts me halfway to level 3.
Yeah, Nazir's not too far ahead of you, so
Uh-huh.
Need 300 experience points.
All right, who wants to make a case for some personality blips?
I can
go.
go.
I think I heard Sahn first. I heard like 8 people, but I think Sahn first.
So I've got my ideal exceed all expectations for pulling Nerium out of the fight when she was dropped.
Okay.
Got my flaw, individuals are expendable, only the whole must survive, for leaving the commoner to be executed for their involvement in that murder.
Yeah, screw that guy.
And I've got lawful neutral, each works to the good of all, for turning the dragon bladders over to the alchemist.
So you're convinced that was a good thing to do?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, y'all got paid, so from that angle.
No, sorry, I'm not convinced it was a good thing to do. I'm convinced that doing it was lawful.
Okay.
Remember, I'm lawful neutral, not lawful good.
I mean, it might be argued it's good for the crew. It's like an asset you didn't have before. So.
Yeah.
Who wants to go next?
I can go.
Nerium.
Alignment, neutral, evil. Everything is for my own amusement. For taking Sahn to purchase an unnecessary hat.
That was pretty amusing.
My ideal, rule 17. Confidence is key for declaring herself the brains of the operation.
Okay.
And my flaw, rule 9. There's no situation which you cannot get out of without a bigger lie. For lying about operational security, which I would have gotten away with if it wasn't for these jackholes.
Hey, I passed my save.
Hey, I didn't even have to roll. I was busy.
Who's next?
I can go.
Ssah'ra.
Ideal, the anti-empire must rise from the ashes. That would be getting all on board with the Tabaxi's mission to go kill some dragons to get the treasure. For the flaw, people are a means to power. That would be trying to get Benny to capture or kill the thugs instead of go along with their plan so they can get more reward money.
Okay. That plan would have failed, by the way, and probably got you hanged.
And alignment, neutral, evil by any means necessary. That would be letting Sahn do his he wishes so we could see what the power of the choker was.
Okay. So like he just started devouring her in his mandibles, starting with the fingers, working his way up the arms, like.
Oh my.
She'd be sitting there
Something
taking
at that
notes.
point.
She'd be like taking notes. Interesting.
Who's next?
I can go.
Benedicto.
Alignment, go by the book. If that doesn't work, go with your heart. For being the whipping boy and appeasing Sweetie Bird's whims.
So he just
That
felt...
was definitely the book and not his heart, just to be clear.
Okay.
I'm going to skip ideal for a second. Flaw, do it for him for immediately agreeing to Sweetie Bird's job despite its questionable intent so that Nazirr doesn't get hung.
Okay.
And then ideal, I'm going to come at this from 2 angles. Everyone is redeemable. For suggesting that all of the scamming pirates be turned in to the proper authorities, as in, like, this is the right thing that they can make. They can make the Kovnos better by either dying or something, and also literally redeeming them for cash value.
I feel like that's outside the spirit of your ideal.
I also agree with that.
Okay.
But the first one, the intent is.
You don't get a bonus blip for the pun.
No, I don't.
That's just wasted effort. What does Nazirr have for me?
I have my alignment under. Hang on one second. I have to pull up the item here real quick to get the actual wording here. My alignment. Nazirr no go one way nor t'other. For once he activated the drum in that fight with the Dragonels,
Mm-hmm.
he did not move off of that place where earthquake happened until the primary foe was dead.
That's right, you did. Oh, I gave you one for the invoking the ability, and you're spending a blip there, so that's another one. All right. What else you got?
See. I have Nazirr's ideal. I'm a monster that destroys other monsters for being absolutely okay with letting all of these guys hang
Mm-hmm.
for trying to run a scam. And my flaw, the Mokden's Leaf, is the only thing that keeps the nightmares away for asking, be like, hey, could you spot me? Hey, Noose, could you spot me to let me get high with you.
Like, your need to get high is kind of the catalyst for that whole debacle.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, what's interesting is that you've interpreted Mugduck's alignment as not physically moving from one space, which I think is fine. But I'd also accept just not moving one way or the other in terms of like joining a side in a debate or anything. But I like the idea that nope, just gonna stand here and not move. Also, kids, I think this is I don't know last time this has happened. We got the full raft. Everybody claimed all 3 of their blips this week. That's not very common. We are going to give some party blips who had the most creative solution to a problem.
Let's see. We hadn't got that one. That was.
I thought we got creative.
No, I thought we got creative.
We did? I don't remember what it was.
I didn't
Who
write
was
it down. Sorry.
Did we decide on one?
I don't think we got creative. We got party goals.
We did
was,
party goals. That was.
We got
Nazirr.
party goals was Nazirr for not lying to the NPC.
Oh yeah, but I didn't ask that
And
yet. I always ask creative first. Come on, you know the rules.
No, I don't.
I got to go in order here. I got a spreadsheet to take care of.
Okay, all right. Calm your tits.
Let's go with creative for.
Well, Calm Emotions is like 3 charges, so.
Let's see. Creative is
Either Sarah or Benny for getting the fight with the thugs going.
How creative was Benny with his tongue?
No, I refuse to give blips for that.
I mean, I'm willing to second that, but
It's just a
listen,
bad precedent,
It's
but
multi-purpose. Well, we literally have a choker that promotes this.
it sets a bad precedent. But
Yeah.
listen, whatever gets the most votes. I was gonna say
throwing ideas out there. I'm not
Sahn
married to this.
for standing back and filling the those dragons with arrows without engaging them in
it's not
melee.
really creative though.
I was gonna take that for badass.
Okay,
Yeah, I like that better for badass, actually.
Creative was
fine. We'll give it to.
Well, you can do Benny for some tongue action. That's fine.
Okay, fine.
I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel here.
Benny for tongue action. We'll give it to Benny for creative tongue action.
Okay. And who furthered the party's goals the most?
Nazirr for not lying to the NPC and advancing the plot.
for his drug addiction being the catalyst for all of the events to follow.
And the badass was Sahn?
catalyst.
Is that what we said?
Sahn. Yeah.
And then we have one for intangibles.
Like that's. I
Oh, we
kind
got
of
that.
Yeah. Go ahead.
That's Nerium for dissing Noose on the way through as we were traveling through the tunnel.
Ow.
Yeah, that was so gold.
Wow.
That was
My-
a very,
That was so
very good.
It's rough.
My secondary one was Ssah'ra just watching Nerium being carried off. That was also funny.
I
Okay.
also wanted to do that, but he gave me guidance, and I was
Now-
like, oh shit, I had to use it.
If you cash them in,
You're a
blips,
puppet. You can't stand by while somebody gets raped.
blips
What
are
I was gonna do is, oh, sorry.
blips are currently worth 20 experience points.
Because we're level 2.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
yeah.
I'm not gonna
Nazirr.
burn lips. Yes. Yeah.
Nazirr, Sahn, Benedict, and Nerium all earned 4 blips. Ssah'ra earned 3. So Nazirr, I've got you at 4. Sahn, you're gonna be rolling over at least 1. You're gonna come in next week with 6. Benny, you're sitting at 5.
That's
Nerium, you're also rolling over at least 1. And that puts Ssah'ra at 3.
Yeah, I'm rolling over exactly 1. Or I'm cashing in exactly 1.
So you're gonna come in next week with 5.
I thought I had 6. Or I thought I had 3 plus 4.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
do.
I
So
have-
you have to roll over at least 1.
Yeah, so I'm rolling over 1.
Gotcha.
So I come in with 6.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, same.
I should have 5 total, I think.
Now, what is more amusing? Should I design a seat for next session? Should I design an adventure that is suitable for Pantaloons to go on? Or is it better if I design exactly the wrong adventure for Pantaloons to be a part of?
Yes, that one.
Yeah.
Either
one.
is fine.
I'll have fun either way.
Excellent. Well, that's it. Thanks so much for playing, guys. I'm going to go ahead and kill the stream now. Thanks for watching. If you're a watcher, see everybody next time.
Like, comment, subscribe.